everyone. Welcome all. So I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee inquiry into the purpose, intent and adequacy of the Disability Support Pension. I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands on which we're all meeting. I'm on Wurundjeri country here in Melbourne, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and through them to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, including any First Nations peoples who may be with us today. These are public proceedings and a Hansard transcript is being made, and the hearing is also being broadcast via the internet. And I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The committee prefers all evidence to be given in public, although the committee may determine or agree to a request to have evidence heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground on which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. And if the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may also be made at any other time. And the committee understands that all witnesses appearing today have been provided with information regarding parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses. Additional copies of this information can be obtained from the Secretariat. And finally, I asked everyone to check that their mobile phones ensure they're either switched off or turned to silent. So welcome all. So I'm Senator Janet Rice. I'm the chair of the committee, and I think with us today we've got Senators Askew, Green, and I think we're going to have Senator Urquhart joining us as well. I think that's who's with us at the moment.
As well.
Sorry, who was?
Sorry, Janet, Holly, I'm here as well.
Oh, and Senator Hughes. Thanks, Senator Hughes. Terrific. So let's kick off. And so I'm welcoming via video conference representatives from Good Shepherd Australia and New Zealand, the National Council of Single Mothers and Their Children, the Council of Single Mothers and Their Children, and Carers Australia. And I'm also welcoming Ms. Ariada Sina, Ms. Sarah Saker and Ms. Suzanne Baker. So thank you for appearing before the committee today. So before we begin, to start with, I would like you all to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard transcript. And so we'll start off with Good Shepherd Australia and New Zealand.
Hello, my name is Rosalind Russell. I'm representing the Good Shepherd Australia New Zealand as the Director of Research and System Impact.
Thanks. And is it Ms. Russell or Professor Russell?
So I also have an honorary position at RMIT University.
Great, terrific. Thanks, Professor Russell. Okay, the National Council of Single Mothers and Their Children.
Good morning, Therese Edwards, the CEO of the National Council of Single Mothers and Their Children. And Chair, I need to do a belated apology for Sarah Saker. As the deadline got closer, she felt that an appearance was just a bit too challenging this morning.
Yep, understand. It can be very difficult to be speaking out in public about the struggles that you're going through. So, and do we have Ms. Sina?
Yes, good morning.
So, Ms. Sina, you're a board member of the NCSMC?
Yes, that's correct. And I also run a group called Women in Poverty.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Sina. Okay, the Council of Single Mothers and Their Children.
Good morning. It's Jenny Davidson. I'm the CEO of the Council of Single Mothers and Their Children.
And do we have Ms. Baker with us as well?
Yes, good morning. I'm Suzanne Baker.
And you're appearing on your own behalf?
Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Ms. Baker. And Carers Australia.
Yes, I'm Sue Alderton. I'm Director of Aged Care Policy at Carers Australia.
Thank you very much. So now I invite each of the organisations to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so, and then we will ask you some questions. So again, let's start off with Good Shepherd Australia and New Zealand.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. For context, Good Shepherd Australia New Zealand aspire for all women, girls and families to be safe, well, strong and connected. We offer a range of services that focus on safety and resilience, economic participation and microfinance. We also seek to change systems that continue to entrench poverty, disadvantage and gender inequality. We support victim survivors of family violence through case management, family support work, counselling and accommodation. I want to highlight that our work is always undertaken with an intersectional lens, and we also always apply the principle of supporting the whole person. In doing so, we know that women in need often don't fit neatly into the allocated Centrelink streams of assistance. We know that there are many women, 1 in 5 actually, who come to Good Shepherd who should be receiving the disability support pension but aren't. This speaks to issues regarding access and eligibility barriers to claiming DSP. It also indicates that Australia is failing its obligations to uphold the human rights of people with disability. Under the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, it is emphasised that persons with disability have a right to an adequate standard of living and social protection. I want to briefly bring to the committee's attention the impact of family violence on women with disability. During the past 18 months, as we have been working under the conditions of COVID-19, we have seen a doubling of the proportion of women on DSP who experience family violence come to the Good Shepherd in financial hardship. Research confirms that women with a disability have a higher than average risk of experiencing family violence. The complexity of the needs of women living with a disability needs to be considered when reviewing the purpose, intent and adequacy of DSP. In our amount of DSP, the compliance requirements involved in receiving income all affects the ability of women to leave family violence situations and commence the journey of recovery. Financial hardship is a major reason why women are unable to leave a violent relationship and why so many return. Recovery for women who have experienced family violence is not linear, and with a disability, it is even more complex. Trauma impacts one's abilities to navigate and process information. The daunting and often inappropriate requirements to access DSP presents a huge barrier to women with disability who have experienced violence. Women need income security to recover financially from family violence, but women with a disability affected by trauma and the accumulative impacts from family violence have little opportunity for income security through regular employment, especially in the early stages of recovery. Good Shepherd supports voluntary and co-designed initiatives that facilitate economic participation for women with disability. We recommend that initiatives include trauma-informed interventions to specifically assist women who've experienced PTSD and anxiety caused by violence. So just finally, Good Shepherd recommends that our obligations to the CRPD be upheld. Eligibility rules change to ensure that DSP can act as an accessible safety net for women with a disability when they are unable to engage in paid work. That when operationalising the rules, an intersectional lens be applied, and that the impacts of family violence be recognised and accounted for, and women and their families' recovery be a mutual goal. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Russell. So let's move on to the National Council of Single Mothers and Their Children.
Thank you. I'm speaking today from Kaurna country, and I do want to pay my respects. So the National Council of Single Mothers and Their Children, we're a nationwide support for single mothers, and primacy is given to women who are facing hardship, affected by domestic violence, and also suffer from financial insecurity and a lack of safety. The rules, it's really clear. The rules and the restrictions that are part of the disability support pension, most notably, the two areas I'd like to point out is around the halving of the work test threshold to 15 hours per week, and the 2-hour wait period is so out of step with the needs of Australians, and also out of step with our moral and rights that are part of the social security system. Unfortunately, Sarah couldn't be here today, but her story, her personal account is on page 4, and you will see that she really brings to life what happens when there is a 2-year wait list. She was diagnosed with cancer. She could not work, but was not eligible for the DSP. Also, she was not eligible for a crisis payment despite $11 in her bank account. And while she was undergoing treatment for her cancer, she had her payment suspended and is a victim survivor of family and domestic violence. So that sort of puts it in context. She is always in hardship and has had to make decisions regarding her treatment. In 2020, I just want to acknowledge the government's amazing response with the coronavirus supplement, and it did change lives for 6 months. However, women on the DSP were not eligible, and I think that goes to the real heart of the invisibility that is part of women on DSPs. So we know that I spoke to women who left the workforce way before their colleagues because either they or a child had a compromised immune system. And when you're the sole parent, it is critical that you can maintain your health for as long as possible. So it was a very, very frightening time. And I'm hoping that some of those invisibilities, because when we look at policy settings, we often assume that there are 2 parents in a family. We assume that the children don't have substantive needs, and we also assume that the parent is not contending with any disability. So I'm really hoping that out of today's hearing, we'll unearth some of those real live obstacles and that some positive gains can be made. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Edwards. The Council of Single Mothers and Their Children.
Good morning. Thanks to the committee for this opportunity to speak today. And also I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the Wurundjeri land where I am today and pay respect to elders past and present. While single mothers are diverse, single mother families are diverse, 37% are living below the poverty line, as we've just heard from Therese. And single mother families are now the family structure most likely to be living in poverty in Australia. And a key driver of that is the inadequacy of the Social Security income payments. Women raising children on the disability support pension have insufficient income to fully cover the cost of living, healthy food, secure housing, and basic essentials for their children. And that's despite having additional income that comes from family tax benefit and for some paid work. And you'll hear more about the lived reality of long-term survival on the disability support pension from Suzanne. Council of Single Mothers and Their Children provides practical support to single mother families in Victoria. And through our support line, we have well over 2,000 annual contacts with single mothers. Some of these women or their children have disabilities arising from family violence. Having fled the violence and thus become single mothers, they are often excluded from DSP eligibility, assessment and support due to a lack of understanding of the various impacts of family violence and trauma. In 2018, we undertook a national survey of single mothers, and of the 1,112 respondents, 40% identified as living with a disability and 41% were caring for a child with a disability. While some of these families, it's both mother and child with a disability, in others, just the child. So the mother is trying to raise her family on carer payment. And as we've heard, those receiving DSP and also those on carer payment were excluded from the coronavirus supplement in 2020, despite facing increased costs of homeschooling, inability to shop around for cheap goods, and for those able to work, often a loss of casual work that supplemented their benefit. This exclusion from the supplement meant these families missed out on the reprieve from poverty that single mother families on other payments experienced, including the chance to afford much needed treatment or dental work, get their car fixed, afford winter clothing and adequate heating, or put aside a small buffer for unexpected expenses. Furthermore, those on DSP have no end in sight to this financial hardship unless the system alters to allow greater flexibility. As it is, there's just a future of struggling to afford housing and basics, poverty in older age, and the rising risk of homelessness. The lack of flexibility in DSP in relation to disability permanency and engaging in paid work are fundamental to this issue. Some recipients of DSP are sporadically able to work or sporadically unable to work in a way that makes retaining a standard job impossible. These recipients dare not try to find flexible work that they could undertake when well enough, because too often we hear if you lose DSP, there is a high risk that you cannot get it back. This leaves so much talent unavailable to our society from intellectual and capable women. Greater flexibility may be readily achieved if the eligibility criteria for the DSP aligned with the definitions of disability in the Disability Discrimination Act 1992, and the adjective fully is removed from the requirement that disability be diagnosed, treated, and stabilised. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Davidson. Is Ms. Baker going to share her story with us?
Yes, good morning. My name is Suzanne. I'd like to speak to you about the long-term reality of living on disability pension. I'm a single mother with one child, and we're wholly reliant on the disability pension and family tax. I have no savings and no superannuation, and we didn't get any coronavirus supplement. I'm constantly stressed financially because these payments are just too low, lower than the basic cost of living. We live in a one-bedroom cottage. I sleep in the living room. I have to be extremely frugal with electricity, gas and food bills, and anything else we buy is secondhand. There's no money for socialising. We don't have a car. We can't pay school costs out of what we get from the government. I've also had to get the NBN so my daughter can do school at home the last 2 years. And anything else, there's no money for anything else. So the only way we survive and we're not homeless is because we get financial help from charities and family and friends. And we just have to live day by day, week by week. We can't plan for the future. And this stress obviously has an adverse effect on my health and my daughter's. And she's started to become, the last few years, quite stressed and anxious all the time. The other impacts of the disability pension are having to rely on public health. I can't choose what specialist I see. The waiting lists are really long. I mean, I've recently had to wait 4 years to see a neurologist. Some medicines aren't available to me because they're not on the PBS. There's 2 things that I've been prescribed now that I can't afford, including pain medication, because it's $60 a month. The other thing I was going to say that I've been thinking about since thinking about speaking is the stigma of being on, living on financial support from the government. And I particularly don't like the name, the disability pension, because people don't understand why somebody that looks normal is on a disability pension, so they think you're some kind of bludger or hypochondriac. Thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Ms. Baker, and thank you for sharing your story with us today, given all the stresses that you're under in your life. It's really traumatic to hear. Finally, Carers Australia.
Thank you. So I'm speaking to you today from Ngunnawal land and respect to elders past, present and emerging. Carers Australia and its state and territory member associations represent carers of the aged, carers of people with disability, including mental health conditions, carers of people with drug and alcohol addiction, and carers of people at the end of life. And thank you for this opportunity today. For carers of working age people with a disability, the accessibility and adequacy of the DSP to provide the people they care for with financial security is of absolutely major concern for a number of reasons. One is that family and friend carers frequently have to step in on a regular basis to provide financial support, and I think Suzanne has made reference to that just then. This can, it can include everything. It can be with rent, with power bills, with medical expenses, with transport, with the necessities of life that the people they care for can't afford. But one thing that needs to be taken into consideration is that these carers are often under severe financial distress themselves. And ACOS published a 2020 report on poverty in Australia, which found that 2/5 of households with somebody on DSP as the reference person are in poverty. 2/5. The situation's likely to be even greater in families where the person with a disability hasn't qualified for the DSP and they're reliant on JobSeeker with partial capacity to work, often for many years. And quite frankly, I will never understand how anyone can live on JobSeeker. I will never understand it. The situation is also likely to impact carers in another way, and that is, we know from our research and from our talking to carers that carers of, again, working age people with disability, if their parents especially, just are totally consumed with the worry about what will happen if they die, and to the person with a disability, or even if they lose employment. So a number of the concerns that we've raised in our submission have been raised in other submissions and in the testimony of former witnesses. We, in terms of our recommendations, we focused on, first of all, so we focused a bit on as a result of the reforms that have taken place over the last decade or so, how much harder it is to get the DSP, and the converse of that, how many people with disability are going on to JobSeeker. We think one thing that has made it very hard for people to apply for DSP and apply successfully was the bypassing of the treating doctors report in 2015. That means that your doctor, who knew you in most cases and knew what the full impacts of your disability were, and it was above and beyond, the sum was above and beyond the parts of your disability, which is what the impairment tables focus on very narrowly, on whether you can do a task or not. Treating doctors are much more likely to comprehend the effect it had on emotional and psychological health, the impact of pain, which may not be taken into account in the impairment tables, on a person's ability not just to do a task, but to actually get and then to sustain a job. And sustaining is key. And what happened was medical assessments became referred to government contracted doctors, government contracted doctors who wouldn't have the same knowledge of the person and not understand the full impact of their disability. And in fact, it's the objections that have been raised to independent assessments under the NDIS, which we're now no longer going to have, very similar to the ones that you can raise against government contracted medical assessments. The other thing we've commented on is the fitness for purpose of the impairment tables, and I've made a brief reference to that, and we refer to it in the submission. We are aware that, well, we've put in a submission to the review that's currently underway, but we're a little worried that the impairment tables review will be over long before this inquiry will be over, and that the new impairment tables have to pass into legislation because there's a sunset clause on them. The other thing that we've raised is again, I've referred to the growing number of people on JobSeeker with partial capacity to work. According to the data I was looking at last night, 1/3 of people on JobSeeker have partial capacity to work. And in terms of duration, 29% of those between 2 and 5 years have had partial capacity, and 24% between 5 and 10 years. And we have recommended that a person shouldn't have to remain on JobSeeker for more than a year. I think Karen Soldatic suggested, or somebody suggested maybe that's 18 months, but there must be a cut-off time if they cannot find and sustain work for them to be referred back to DSP. And just the last comment is we understand the aim of a lot of these changes to eligibility requirements have been to encourage people to get into employment in the interests of them having a better life. And also, just as an aside, in the interest of bringing down the social security budget. But, and that's the first one's a noble aspiration, but there's such a thing as going too far and setting the bar too high. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Elderton. And look, thank you all for your testimony today and for your submissions and your recommendations. We have read through all of your submissions. It's a very powerful body of evidence as to the difficulties that people are having, both those of trying to survive on the DSP and the struggles for people to get onto it, and people who are living on JobSeeker. So I know all of my fellow senators are going to have some questions, but I thought I'd like to start with the evidence from a number of you, particularly Good Shepherd, I think, in terms of the intersection of family violence and people's experience of getting onto the DSP and how it's not being well considered through the system. And whether you could expand on, what needs to change in order for family violence to be appropriately, obviously we want to be reducing it, but given people's experience of family violence, to be able to be appropriately, that information to be appropriately used in their assessment for DSP.
Thank you, Senator Rice. It is about how it's viewed and how it's treated, and I go back to my statement that in looking at the whole person is the starting point. Otherwise, they will be falling through the cracks. So, I think in looking when it's reviewed, when the rules are applied or the person is being assessed, the experience of family violence has to be taken into account, and its compounding effects on disability and their ability to either access, that means fill in all the requirements and go through that process, and also not being able to work in the same way. It's just not a linear process. So it's if those rules of program of support just won't apply in many cases, and having that intersectional lens will actually bring to light the compounding and the interlinked factors that need to be considered. Not just one factor here. It's a woman, it's someone in family violence, it's someone with a disability, but how those factors interlinked really need to be considered for that person to be supported appropriately.
And what would that look like? I mean, you talk about some trauma-informed intervention. So how would it change from what's currently happening when people's applications are being assessed?
It seems that the applications, when they're assessed, they are rigidly looked at with the rules under those criteria, and I think that if a person's it doesn't see the website and the actual forms don't see the trauma, they don't see the effects of the trauma that a woman is experiencing, and there's there's an issue that's called scarcity, you know. So when you have a reduced bandwidth due to trauma, due to overload, due to being overwhelmed and emotionally and financially depleted, it's impossible to be able to function as you're supposed to do in that linear fashion with the forms and get this support and go and get this approval and this diagnosis. It just doesn't work that way. And so at the end of the day, there's 1 in 5 that we are finding that people who should be on DSP that are not. So they're reporting a disability, but they're not receiving a DSP because it's just too difficult, and so they end up, as we've heard, relegated to a much lower income and then unable to recover from family violence. So I think it's the way that it's assessed, it's the way those rules are.
Oh, your audio has dropped out, Professor Russell. Can other people continue to hear her? No.
No.
But we can't hear you, unfortunately. I might move on and just... Can you hear us?
No.
No. the problems of video conferencing. Okay, Professor Russell has now, we'll see if we can get her back. But did any of the other agencies want to talk, add to the issues of the intersection of family violence and the DSP?
Senator, I would, and I'm hoping I'm not going to drop out either. I do want to make the point that domestic violence is so hidden within the whole social security system. So there is no actual domestic violence payment. There is no exemption. There is no exemption for women to have a superior exemption for other reasons. So we know on the parenting payment single as soon as the child turns 8, irrespective of the presence of domestic violence, she'll be forced onto job seeker. It's actually the same with the DSP. So when they look at job capacity, there is no looking at the trauma about the task for staying safe. There is no taking into consideration court appearances. Families where children have been affected by domestic violence, for them to participate or to even go to school, sometimes they need mum really close by, and she'll talk to the school about doing some volunteer work. But again, none of that is taken into consideration. So it's just not the interface between domestic violence and DSP. It's actually the complete absence of understanding domestic violence, how it actually pops up at different times, the workload that it takes to keep your family safe. So it's completely invisible to the system. So there is no surprise that when women affected by DV will get denied the DSP because it remains invisible within our scheme.
Thanks, Ms. Edwards. Ms. Davidson, in your submission, related to that, the really awful statistics that you quoted there about the proportion of women with brain injuries, would you like to expand on that research and the impact of that on women's experience with accessing and being on the DSP?
Yes, so that the study quoted in our submission is a Brain Injury Australia report that analysed these acquired brain injuries that were actually caused by family violence, and found that there is a really high prevalence of in a 10-year period of victims of family violence that attended Victorian hospitals. 40% had sustained a brain injury, and 31% of those were children, and 25 of those had sustained a brain injury. So these are repercussions that are going to ripple through these families' lives in the long term, and that's only acquired brain injuries. That doesn't begin to cover other types of repercussions, including mental health, and PTSD and those sort of trauma impacts that may be shorter term, but maybe longer term. As Therese referenced about a child needing a mother close at home, sometimes for these women, if the children can be in a situation where they don't feel safe, not to have mum available all the time, which makes it impossible to work. The women sometimes are just not in a position to be able to interface with an employment situation for an extended period. We did a survey of single mothers on disability support pension, and of those, 46 felt that the disability that occurs because of domestic and family violence wasn't understood or well managed. And they didn't feel, 90% disagreed that it was a straightforward process to apply for DSP in a family violence situation. And 100% agreed that there should be a trauma-informed assistance and specialist domestic and family violence support. So it is a misunderstood area. And I think that there's a lot of people that simply cannot get disability support pension. And so it adds yet another layer of complexity to trying to rebuild life after family and domestic violence.
Thank you. Look, my final question before I pass on to my colleagues is the experience that your clients and generally what you can tell us about the program of support requirements. So I think a lot of you in your recommendations recommended that the program of support be abolished. Just how that is impacting what people's experience of having to go through the program of support is. Anybody want to pick that one up?
Well, as you heard previously from DSS, it's not a program of support. It shouldn't be called a program of support. It's an eligibility requirement. Look for work. And even if you look for any work through the DES, through Disability Employment Services, the recent midterm review of disability employment services by Boston Consulting found that about 1/3 of participants have enrolled in the DES a number of times. And the reason they have to do that is that if they do find a job, it's not sustainable for them. And they also said there's a really big churn rate for people who get employment, and it just doesn't last. It wasn't a real job for them, or their disability prevented them from being able to do it to the employer's satisfaction. So half the re-entries into DES take place in under 3 months, according to Boston Consulting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's not providing the support or even doing what it's setting out to do at all.
No.
Also, Senator, I'll just add really quickly, it's the absolute fear of those meetings. I can't emphasize that enough because it's not seen as a positive process or a step from income support into paid employment. It is viewed as a process of compliance where you may lose your DSP. So it is viewed as fear about compliance, where people have really quite specialist medical needs. It's viewed as perhaps making them generic and going and having some appointments with people who just don't understand that level of disability, and particularly don't understand when there's additional trauma such as DV. So it is just a fearful process. So I think the name is a very kind name, but the process doesn't live up to it at all.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Edwards. Yes, I haven't heard any evidence yet as it actually being supportive. But Senator Green, some questions from you. Oh, we can't hear you either. Senator Green? No, no audio. Okay, I might move to Senator Askew then. And we'll come back to
Can you
Senator
hear
Green.
me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So Senator Green may need to log out and back in because it seems to work. But I'm happy just to ask a couple of quick questions while she does that, if you like. My question is, first of all, thank you everybody for making yourselves available and for your submissions, and also especially to Ms Baker for making yourself available. It's never easy to appear in this situation. In fact, I might just direct a quick question to you, or a couple to you initially. You've obviously detailed to us your experience of living on the DSP. Could you just go through your application process and the issues that you've experienced while you were doing that?
I have actually been on the disability support pension for 20 years. So it was quite different then, although it was very hard to get on. I had to apply twice because the first time I was knocked back. So I don't know how people get through it now. My GP has actually said to me she can't get anyone on there. And she doesn't know why, but I have been told we had to get a specialist to sign the forms the second time before they were taken seriously. So maybe that's one of the requirements that aren't published. I don't know.
So as a result of that, you're probably not into the support, having to go to do work programs of support or anything like that as a result. So
No, I haven't had to, luckily.
okay. No, that's okay. All right. Well, thank you, and thanks again for making yourself available. So just with regard to the other, I mean, obviously we've got 4 organisations on, but if any of you could just sort of give us a bit of an overview on the reasons that people are being denied and what your thoughts are around that process, and what we can do to try and address that. Start with, I'm not sure how we're going to start, but
I'm actually going to jump in here because I've actually got a son at the moment who's applying for DSP.
okay.
So we're actually going through that process ourselves right at this point, and it is a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. My son is a non-verbal autistic person, and he's expected to apply for jobs. He won't talk to people. I'm not quite sure how it is they expect him to actually go ahead and apply for work. So what we've been doing lately is he has a medical exemption from our GP. We've been having to renew that every 3 months while we continue to apply for the DSP and go through the appeals process and all those sorts of things. In the meantime, that's adding to his stress because they expect him to front up and talk to them. And of course, he's not going to do that. So that's been stressful for both him and myself. I'm also a person who's already on the disability pension. Like Suzanne, I've been on it for a very long time as well. And I'm actually my son's carer because he sort of does the physical stuff that I can't do, and I do the intellectual stuff that he can't deal with. So we sort of work as a disability team. But the process of trying to get him on there, he has to go and see a job network provider every couple of weeks. Now, it's to the point where even the job network provider have said to me, this is pointless. Absolutely pointless. Everybody's just going through the motions to tick the boxes, because they're not willing to listen to anything outside what their supposed experts say. They're not listening to my son's therapists or my son's GP or anything like that. And each time we apply, we're expected to apply with more evidence than the last time. So it's like this constant process that impacts on both our health. And it doesn't allow for a particularly pleasant way to go about living your life and wondering all the time, not only as a person on disability myself, but as somebody with a son with a significant disability. What the hell am I going to do if something happens to me?
So just on that, where does he sit? Like obviously there's the impairment tables and so on. So is he across the impairment tables? Is that where the issues are, do you think?
Yes, it's across the impairment table. So rather than looking at, and I think it comes back to that, looking at a person as a whole too, he's been broken down into certain categories. So we've got one in terms of, like, you know, the physical health is looked at in one aspect, the mental health is looked at in another aspect, his abilities are looked at in another aspect. It's never looked at as a whole, how that works as a collective whole. So, for example, he is physically quite able, but that doesn't mean every day he's going to have the mental capacity in order to face the world.
And you said he was non-verbal, is that right?
Yeah, well, I say non-verbal, he'll talk to me,
Yeah.
but he won't talk to anybody else.
Okay.
So I believe it's called selective mutism. But it's a very big part of social anxiety that plays into that, and all sorts of things. You know, and it's just this constant. We've been doing this for 2 years now, and my own disability sees me being awake for maybe 6 hours a day. So I've got 6 hours in my day where I've got to do everything that I possibly can. And I don't want to spend my time or his tied up in the red tape of doing this over and over and over again. When, as I said, even the job network providers are just like, this is like a waste of time for everybody. So,
And thank you for sharing that.
that's quite okay.
Did anybody else have any comments? I'm just conscious I'll need to go back to some
Yeah, I'll just say that the women who've experienced family violence, it's more the fact that they don't even attempt it because of their the inability to go through the process. There's also fear that that if they register a disability, that if there's custody issues, that they will be seen to be an unfit mother. So there's a lot of things. There's a lot of elements that come together to make this a huge barrier for women to even apply for DSP.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add, episodic conditions is a real problem. And again, the very technical way the impairment tables work on a task basis doesn't capture the challenges. So somebody may have a psychological condition, psychiatric condition, which is episodic, but when it does happen, it comes with very challenging behaviors. And what people consider whether you're able to perform a task in theory. Nobody thinks if you're actually going to be able to keep a job in a workplace where you have a major meltdown a sufficient number of times a year that upsets everybody else in the immediate vicinity, and that you're going to be able to keep that job. Very likely you won't. You'll just be told, sorry, it's all too much for us. Off you go. Yeah.
Thank you. Did anyone else? I think we've covered most, I think. Thank you. I'll hand back to the chair because I'm conscious of time. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator Askew. Let's see whether Senator Green, we can hear Senator Green again now.
Hi, I've re-signed in. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your evidence today. I particularly wanted to thank Ms. Baker in terms of your evidence from a lived experience. My mum was a single mum, and she was a single mum because of family violence. So this is a pretty sensitive topic matter for me. But I wanted to go back to Ms. Baker because you spoke about some of the complications or even the flow-on effect of the disability support pension and the impacts on you and your family, having to access public health, probably struggling to, get doctor's appointments and do preventative health, I imagine. But one of the things I wanted to ask, and everyone else is free to jump in on this as well, is around housing. We know that the costs of housing are going up. We know that women, I think over 50 at the moment, are making up some of the biggest numbers of homeless people in our country. So I wanted to ask you first and foremost, from a lived experience, how you found finding housing and paying for housing as we know these prices are going up. And just ask the rest of the panelists today how that's being factored in, or if it's not being factored in at all to this process.
Sorry, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Well, look, housing is really a huge issue for us. And our rent's about 65% or something of the income that we get. which is one of the big problems. And we've had to move a lot because when you're renting the cheapest places, they're often actually unsafe. We've had to move a few times because of gas leaks that can't be fixed. We live in a really old house now. I don't know how long it's going to be livable because I guess that's off the topic a bit, but I don't know. I think the problem is it seems to be a state government thing compared to whereas the welfare net is federal. So it's not working together, but it's not factored into how much the pension is. Full cost of living, but housing is a big part of that.
Yeah. Thanks, Ms. Baker. Did anyone else want to to that?
I will actually comment on that, and from what we've seen at Good Shepherd, especially in the last 12 months with the absolute crazy house prices and rental prices, that is one of the major reasons that that we're having women with DSP coming in financial hardship because of rent. And there's been cases where they've lost their home, and without the wraparound support that we provide, they would be homeless. So if if a landlord goes to sell the rental property and they're left, they can't re-rent because it's out of their reach now, because the DSP is the same, but the rental prices are absolutely outrageous. So it hasn't kept step with the housing issues.
I'd also like to add, the same as Suzanne again, my rent is 65% of my DSP as well. So that doesn't leave a lot. And I've got a lot of high cost medications that aren't covered on the PBS as well. So you're often left deciding whether I'm going to have medication or food this week, if the rent's, going to be paid as well. So it is actually a very big problem.
I'd like to add to that too, so while DSP is federal and housing is generally state-based, the reality for people with long-term disability who are on the disability support pension is that the only future financial reprieve is if they can get into the public housing system. That is the only thing that's that's actually going to reduce the housing stress that we've just heard about. And yet the waiting lists are 10 years. And Suzanne was also telling me, and I hope it's all right if I share this, that she's moved 9 times, 4 times because of housing, issues, and 5 times because of owners, going to renovate, tear down, move in a family member. And that's an extraordinary amount of upheaval. And these are, in the case of the single mothers that we talk to, most of whom are struggling in the private housing rental system. They're not in public housing. They can't get in. They're trying to stay in the school zone. They're trying to keep their children's lives as stable as possible. And so that means, 1-bedroom flats or the worst street on the worst house on the worst street in the area. And it also can mean periods of homelessness while trying to secure housing, and the housing rental is only getting tougher.
Yes.
And Senator Green, if I can just add, and I'm sure that Susan would jump in on this, one of the things that we talk about is relocation. It rolls off our tongue, but the cost behind relocating, I have never found an agency that can provide financial support for the actual moving costs. So it's really that's and people end up leaving items behind because they just can't get a removalist in. So, and then if you have lots of moves, you look like you're a poor renter, that there's a flag that comes up. And the other bit that I do want to emphasize, which Good Shepherd raised, is how that then interconnects with family custody decisions, that you look like you're moving too much, you're moving out of your children's network, your scarce funds are expunged, and then there's question marks regarding your competency as a mother.
Thanks very much. I guess we can come back to that as well, but I did have another question flowing on from the questions. I think Senator Askew, and I missed the start of that, was asking about work, and I believe Ms. Elderton, you were mentioning about the capacity for people on DSP or even particularly single mothers to work. People want to work. It gives people a lot of sense of value and identity and somewhere to go. So you're not just, a mum for the day, you've got something else to do. But the sustainability of those jobs, I just wanted you to expand on that, because I'm wondering whether it's the jobs that people are sort of being directed into are mainly casual and insecure jobs, and whether that is contributing to the sustainability of the work of these of DSP recipients participating in the workforce. What led you to sort of, what are you talking about when in terms of sustainability for those positions?
So my source for this is the midterm review of the disability employment pension. I don't know the extent. It's probably in the report. I don't know whether they're being moved into casual jobs, but my sense of it is that isn't so, even if they were moved into casual jobs, those casual jobs don't die after a month or 2 months. It's the sense that people either can't do the work, that their disability is preventing them from doing the job that they were sent to, even though they were accepted in the first place, or maybe it's a cheap form of labour for the employer. I think there's a subsidy that comes with all this stuff for a short period of time. But whatever the cause, as I said, the churn rate's very high indeed.
And I know we've got to wrap up, Chair, but I just thought, just on that, and for anyone else who would like to answer this question, just on work and the capacity to work, do you think that there's more, I guess, training or advice that we could give to employers out there, the good employers, to make them better employers of people on the DSP, and particularly women in family violence situations? It feels like sometimes if they had the tools and knowledge to be better employers, they would be able to take advantage of good workers, and it's something that's not happening at the moment.
I think that would be enormously useful, especially for employers who actually register that they have jobs for people with disability through the DES. I think part of the problem, though, is that we think in the community sector and you think in the political sector that, and in the media and the social media we tap into, that we've suddenly developed a disability-friendly society and everyone wants to do the right thing. But I do not think that is the case. And that's still the problem. Most employers, I don't think, really care that much. And they'll go for the best, what they consider to be the best candidate.
And in terms of job security, Senator, please don't forget that we're reducing our support for study, and it's become unpalatable more for if you're doing part-time study. So women that are providing care to dependent children, and then you've got the overlay of disability, whether the child or whether it's the mum herself. And then you've got the dark shadow of domestic violence. It's really hard for women to get approved to stay in long-term study, and that is a way of getting out of that cycling and churn of that low-paid, insecure job, and it also enables women to choose the career that they would like to do. So there's a really breakdown in the nexus between study support, study encouragement, and career aspirations.
Thank you.
Could I add quickly that, the barrier of the risk of losing DSP prevents a lot of people from being able to test their capacity to work. And if there was a guarantee that somebody with DSP that entered the workforce would be guaranteed they could get back to their entitlement of DSP if they couldn't sustain the job, and that they had 2 years to be able to sustain the job, at a reasonable wage, and then be assessed by a medical practitioner that they are able to continue, then you would see people at least being able to get out into the work. Whether they could find appropriately flexible, supportive jobs is another issue. But there are so many people who cannot even risk their benefit in order to try, and so capable people are left unable to participate economically in our society.
Okay, are you done, Senator Green?
Yeah, I'm conscious of time. Thanks.
Great, thanks. Look, thank you all very much for your evidence today and for your submissions as well. It's been really a very powerful body of evidence of great value to the committee. So thank you and good luck, and thank you for all the work that you're doing supporting people.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I now welcome via video conference representatives from the Cystic Fibrosis Community Care, MS Australia and MECFS Australia. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I'm Senator Janet Rice, the chair of the committee, and we've also got Senator Green and Senator Askew with us today. So to start off with, can I please ask you to state your name, for each of you to state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard transcript. So starting off with Cystic Fibrosis Community Care.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Karen Kanister from Cystic Fibrosis Community Care, and I'm the Chief Executive.
Thanks, Ms. Kanister. MS Australia.
Hi, it's Andrew Giles. I'm the National Policy Officer for Multiple Sclerosis Australia.
Thanks, Mr. Giles. And MECFS Australia. And we can't hear you, unfortunately, so doesn't look like you're on mute.
There's always one.
Ah, that's better.
Jeff Horman, MECFS Australia, Chair of MECFS Australia.
Thanks, Mr. Horman. And we don't have Ms. McMillan?
I think she was having trouble signing in.
Okay, well, she may be able to join us. We'll see how we go. All right, so I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement if you'd like to do so, and after that we will ask you some questions. So again, starting off with Cystic Fibrosis Community Care, Ms. Kanister.
Thank you, Senator Rice. Thank you also for the invitation to attend this parliamentary inquiry. In our submission, we responded in detail to a majority of the terms of reference of the committee and seek to highlight our position as representative of over 3,000 people living with cystic fibrosis and their families, 1,650 of whom we directly support. Cystic fibrosis is the most common genetic life-limiting condition in this country. There is no cure, and its experience is unique, dependent upon the particular genotype, of which there are over 2,000. All people with CF undergo unrelenting treatment throughout their life, 2 hours of physiotherapy daily to clear lungs, over 40 medications to assist digestion and supplements to support nutrition. Constant coughing, continence issues, reproductive issues, irreversible lung scarring, CF-related diabetes, amongst other things, and a shortened lifespan. There's a significant financial burden on the individual and families. Disrupted education, compromised employment opportunities are some of the things that people with CF face. It's a multi-system condition and impacts on an individual in a variety of ways, and each experience is unique. On the matter of eligibility assessment and determination, we would welcome a consideration of people living with cystic fibrosis who have quite complex needs. It doesn't affect people uniformly, and as I said, each experience is unique. In relation to employment, for example, one person may be able to work 15 hours a week, but in doing so it would leave them significantly exhausted and unable to manage their self-care needs, such as their intensive physiotherapy treatments and their social connections, which are so important to their good mental health. And that's aside from the clinic appointments they need to have with their CF team and their physios and OTs and physicians. Without taking into account various other debilitating factors associated with cystic fibrosis, an assessment that a person is able to work 15 hours per week and therefore not eligible for the DSP is actually erroneous. People living with CF in regional areas, for example, are further challenged as they need to, on a monthly basis, attend a metropolitan hospital where there's a CF clinic, and there are only 3 in Melbourne. So often the tyranny of distance sits against them as well. The 18-month program of support requirement for individuals with complex conditions is particularly challenging for people with cystic fibrosis. Firstly, a person living with CF will often require several hospital admissions of 2 or 3 weeks duration every year, and this would draw the program of support process to well over 2 years. And that's provided an individual with CF can find a sympathetic employer in their geographic region who is able to accommodate the ongoing absences and the limitations to what work can be done. We believe that access to the DSP is particularly difficult for people with CF due to the methodology used to assess eligibility. And while a person with CF may have more than 20 points, for example, across the assessment tables, they will be across a range of tables, not on one single table. So, for example, a person with CF to have 20 points in one table would mean that they are so seriously unwell that they're actually at the end of life. And the assessment criteria fails to take into account the cumulative effect upon functional impairment. So consideration also needs to be taken into account as to the progressiveness of the condition and the imperative upon the individual to work hard to maintain a level of reasonable wellness and mental well-being. So we just say that CF is a multi-system condition, and that's almost impossible to see unless you can actually get into a lung X-ray or a more closer experience of somebody with CF. So we would ask that we have to think about how eligibility for the DSP is assessed, and we accept that not everybody with CF should get the DSP, but there are some people who really should, because they are so compromised by their condition that it makes it very difficult for them to function, and they become dependent on family and relatives and friends in order to actually engage in life is the way that a person who does not have a disability can. I will finish there. That kind of gives you a bit of a position statement from where we're at, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions if anyone requires any more information.
Thanks, Ms. Canesta. MS Australia, Mr. Giles.
Thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to join you this morning, and I know you will have read ours and my colleagues' submissions. We made a post on our social media channels about our submission, and so I'm going to take this time just to read out a few of the responses we got. So the first one: after a diagnosis of MS, you're no longer eligible for any type of insurance. Banks or other lenders will have nothing to do with you. So if you need a loan due to a lack of serviceability of being on a pension, too bad. They also don't take into account carers' allowances to include in figures for serviceability. Your super through disability payouts made and then exhausted after being medically retired are depleted to try and supplement the DSP, and all this in the prime of our lives. If we go on to live another 50 years and better MS treatments are meaning with somewhat more normal lives, all of that combined discrimination ends up to living in poverty for a lot longer. Imagine a life with nothing to live for, no ability to save for a dream, no home ownership or crumbling home situations, a hopeless future of deteriorating health over time, no joy of a cup of coffee at a cafe, no going out to a restaurant, no getting your hair done professionally, staying inside all the time, cancelling all subscriptions and phone contacts. Then you are starting to picture the miserable life of an MS after diagnosis. It's not just a fall from grace, it's the boot being put in while you're down there repeatedly for about 50 years. And another one of someone who has applied for the DSP: absolutely demoralising experience. The only future for most is poverty and homelessness. No access to adequate health care due to costs. A life of pain, confusion, exclusion and constant public shaming being on JobSeeker. Taunted, threatened and harassed by job agencies after the demoralising experience of being medically retired from a career peak. To be banished by society and a life filled with bullying by government departments. Another one, I had to be wheeled into the Centrelink doctor's office with blood pouring out of my hands and face after falling over trying to get to the appointment Centrelink gave me and spending $950 to get a finance company's lawyers to advocate for me after 5 years fighting to finally convince Centrelink I am unemployable. 5 years of being terrified I could end up on the street and barely able to walk. And the last one, before I had MS, I was earning between $1,000 and $1,500 a week. I have MS and am now on the DSP and get paid $730 for 2 weeks. My house is rented. I have a family and 2 kids to take care of. How will I live with this money? I'm on housing's urgent list, but they haven't given me a house yet. Moreover, every time I meet, I am humiliated and am met with an angry and arrogant attitude. Did I want to be in this situation? So they're my opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Giles, for those, yes, incredibly powerful words of people of lived experience. Okay, MECFS Australia. I note that we've got Ms. McMillan with us as well. I'm glad you're able to work the technology in the end. So look, starting off, so Mr. Holman, are you going to make the opening statement?
I will share the opening statement with Ms. McMillan. Thank you. I'm speaking today from the lands of the Bundjalung people in the far north coast of northern New South Wales. I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you on these matters that are important to Australians with disabilities. The disabling multisystemic disease, ME/CFS, myalgic encephalomyelitis chronic fatigue syndrome, is an energy-limiting chronic illness where the most disabling feature is a pathological inability for cells to produce energy on demand. Even mild ME/CFS is severely disabling. The current policies, procedures from the DSP do not accommodate this form of disability. Of the 260,000 Australians with ME/CFS, 25% of them are so impaired by the inability to produce energy for everyday basic tasks that they're unable to leave home. More than 15,000 are bedbound. For context, about 3,000 get DSP. People struggle to understand the simplest explanation is an analogy with the phone battery that never charges beyond 20%. That 20% rapidly drops when the battery fully discharges, the phone will not operate. The DSP has not been designed with an appreciation of such energy limitations. I'll pass over to Penelope.
ME/CFS is just one example of an energy-limiting chronic illness. So we're not speaking just for ME/CFS here. There are critical points to be made about energy-limiting chronic illness and the DSP. Firstly, there is no suitable impairment table. And, you know, we've already heard a little about that this morning. With energy impairment, people experience incapacity across most of the tables. Yet the way the table descriptors allocate points, people don't quite fit. Table 10 for digestive and reproductive function offers an appropriate model for attributing points to global incapacity. And Table 10 could be easily adapted to energy-limiting chronic illnesses. Secondly, as we've already heard, the process of applying for the DSP creates a barrier to DSP for people with energy-limiting chronic illness. Their multi-system impairments are made worse by the struggle to access the health system, undertake medical investigations, acquire reports, and apply for the DSP within required timelines, while attempting to maintain eligibility for JobSeeker. And all of this is exacerbated by the lack of funding for medical investigations and reports. Because of the nature of energy impairment, people who are without a carer to act on their behalf require funded supports to enable application, to deal with reviews and appeals. Plus, the special requirements for people under the age of 35 create a further burden for people who simply do not have the capacity to participate. Jeffrey?
To be eligible for the DSP, applicants with ME/CFS are frequently required to undergo therapies that make their impairments worse on the grounds that these therapies might lessen their disability. I'll point out that as of this week, the NICE guidelines for ME/CFS in the UK have removed those therapies. Those therapies have been removed from the CDC in the US for a number of years, despite the fact that we have told the department that those therapies have been removed. They refuse to do so. They still require them. Clearly, the department is relying on medical evidence that is more than 20 years old. We'd welcome an opportunity to change that. People with severe energy impairment require equitable access to the DSP. Changes must be co-designed with those who are affected, including the most severely disabled and those from disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, your statements today, and for your submissions, which certainly, lots of very powerful evidence, great value to the inquiry. Look, I wanted to start with clearly, across all three of your agencies and the people you work with, there are a lot of people who are applying for the DSP and not being successful. So just first of all, can you share with us some of the experience of that, what that application process means to people, if they're the effort of putting in the application and then being rejected?
Well, this is Karen Canusta here from Cystic Fibrosis Community Care. I'll be very brief. I mean, the things that we hear back is that people have to go through quite a laborious process to try to prove that they are significantly disabled to warrant consideration of a DSP. But most of our people, nearly all of our people without exception who have applied, only really are successful if they have a comorbidity. They actually are unable to get it just because of their CF. And so they go to, the various government offices that they need to fill out reams of paperwork and try to get evidence supporting their applications. And then they're told, no, it's not, it hasn't been successful. And then there's a challenge in terms of having it appealed and reviewed. And all this has a fairly significant burden on their mental health, but also on their physical health, because, a lot of people with CF may be walking around with 30, 40, 50% lung function. And so the challenge is real for people with cystic fibrosis, and even the application process, and then constantly being rejected as if they need to prove something to someone in order to qualify for some small modicum of support. Thank you.
And do you have any evidence, Canusta, have any data on sort of the number of people who with cystic fibrosis who apply who are then rejected?
I don't know how many actually apply, but I do know when there are a number who apply. So, for example, this year we've had about 8 or 9 people in the last few months who have tried to apply for the DSP. And I think without exception, only one was successful, and that was because of a comorbidity or another condition, essentially. And they say it's frustrating and it's not fair, and there's a sense of hopelessness. And we all know that if we need anything to happen, it's that people have a sense of hope regardless of their disability. I don't have sort of empirical figures for you, but anecdotally, in my organisation, perhaps in the last couple of months, 8 people may have applied, and 7 of those will have been knocked back. And it requires significant support from a social worker to help them do it, because they need to run around to their physicians and to their various other specialists to get supporting documentation. That all takes energy, and it's a very difficult process for them.
Thank you.
Andrew Giles from MS Australia. If I could add to that, we also don't have hard data on this. It's always anecdotal. Our state MS organisations sometimes collect some information, but the stories we hear are very similar to what Karen has just said, that people find it very frustrating. There's a sense that people don't really understand the unique relapsing remitting nature of multiple sclerosis. So people have to keep re-explaining I mean, once you had an MRI or a lumbar puncture and you know you've got MS, that's it. One diagnosis and you'll know you've got it, but everyone experiences MS differently. And so trying to get the point across about what actually relapsing remitting MS means is very difficult. And there's a general sense from some in the MS community that they face bureaucrats who think they're trying to scam the system in some way. So they feel this constant need to justify what they're doing. And as similar to what Karen described, often the medicos, are busy and don't probably fill the forms out properly. When you find that your application's been rejected, it's rare that it's clear why it's been rejected. So you then have to go through a whole lot of angst to find out exactly what the problem is and why it hasn't been believed. So, we hear stories from people with MS, when they're interacting with bureaucrats to do with the DSP and with the NDIS. When will your MS get better? When do you expect to be better? And we don't have a cure. So I think it's that constant barrier. And then of course we hear from other people who just say they'll muddle along because it's all just too hard and they give up. So anyway.
Thanks, Mr. Giles. Mr. Hallen or Ms.
In regards to ME/CFS, I'll start first with statistics. The ABS did hold statistics at one stage, and they stopped doing it. They mixed it with chronic fatigue, which is a wholly, entirely separate condition. For some reason, they decided to mix them together, but they haven't kept any details on that for a decade. Look, with ME/CFS, the whole premise behind DSP, and excuse my dog in the background, it doesn't care whether we're having a meeting. With DSP, the whole premise is that you have a medical practitioner. With ME/CFS, one of the largest problems that we have is medical practitioners don't understand the condition, and we're talking the vast majority. They have misconceptions like it's not real or it's not disabling. We certainly had people being told that they're not, that condition is not disabling, and then they're fortunate. So that whole process of just simply getting the medical evidence on that is beyond them. And the DSP system doesn't have medical practitioners that understand the condition at the very essence. So there's no option there. For those that have that fortunate ability to have a doctor that knows what they're doing, you then have the inability to pay for the reports. So they're already financially strapped, and that's why they're on the DSP. So then you're putting them into a system where they can't even afford the application process. Then we're putting them in the process that they don't understand, and they're trying to get into the nuances of the condition. There's been recent case, for example, where the AAT upheld that the condition had an introductory time for going shopping. So there was a period of planning, which was a number of days. There was a couple of hours shopping, if that, might have been less. And then there was about 3 to 4 hours of recovery time. That had to go to the AAT in order to be approved because Centrelink couldn't comprehend beyond the fact that that individual did the activity and had several days planning, several days recovery, even up to a week's recovery. Whereas all that is disabling, they focused on the 1 hour that they were shopping. Now, the other aspect of it is there's people who are bedbound, who can never get out to get to a doctor. Doctors don't come into the house. That's just a fallacy. They don't come into the house. Even if they did come into the house, they're then paying $400, $500, $600, $700, $800 for one single visit. So we have a system that is blocking these people out from the very process of actually getting to that point of making an application. But even when they can make an application, they can't get access to somebody to make the application. Then if they're put into a situation where Centrelink says, we need to see you in the office, that's impossible. For those who can get to the office, they're then subject to bright light smells, seating that's not accommodating, sitting around for an hour when they can't sit around for an hour. There's no accommodation of the disability whatsoever. If that person has no support and they're neurocognitively impaired, which is almost every single person with ME/CFS, you have their inability, because of the condition, to navigate the actual process because they can't understand it, because they haven't got the capacity to understand it. And there's very few people that have that ability to draw upon somebody like a family member or somebody who has some sort of knowledge of what's going on. So the whole process itself is a barrier before they put pen to paper. Thank you.
And so then if you've got this process that's a barrier, you've got people that are failing to get onto the DSP, so they're then on Job Seeker. Can you just expand some more about what that experience of being on Job Seeker is? And
Can I point out,
how many
they don't get the Job Seeker.
Right. Well, let's talk through their experience of being on Job Seeker, in particular any then interaction with, having to undergo a program of support and applying for jobs.
Well, can I just...
John?
I was just going to quickly say, from an MS point of view, which I think we outlined briefly in our submission, the program of support is also very difficult for a lot of people with MS, principally because MS is periodic. People have exacerbations from time to time. And so the idea of being able to comply with a program of support for everybody across the board is also problematic. Changes in symptoms, changes in functional capacity, it kind of doesn't fit with a diagnosis of MS. So people anecdotally also describe difficulties. And in fact, in our submission, we recommended the program of support be abolished. Because tied up with the points, the program of support is it just doesn't meet with life with MS, particularly if your MS is progressing. Mind you, it's very difficult to measure functional impairment with MS because symptoms and your progress changes can change day to day. So actually trying to measure someone's functional impairment at a fixed point in time is also problematic. And as application processes take so long, a person's functional impairment can also change over that period.
I'd like to bring up something, and it's not quite what you asked, but people who can't navigate the application process for the DSP and cannot, because of their disability, comply with Job Seeker, find themselves at the mercy of support from the people they can access in the community. That opens them to coercive, exploitative, abusive relationships, living in unsafe housing. So it's not, it goes way beyond what people might think of as results of an illness.
Thanks, Ms. McMillan. Okay, look, I might hand over to Senator Askew.
Technology. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, everybody, for joining us this morning. And I only have a really quick question. Most of my questions were covered there by Senator Rice, which was great. But I did have one for Mr. Giles and MS. And just in your recommendations, you were talking about the information needed for DSPs to be provided in a range of formats. And I'm just trying to expand on that a little bit. Is that about the difficulty of accessing the information and the way that it's presented, or is there something else that you were looking at in that? So the DSP information be provided in a range of formats grounded in the principles. Is that more about targeting the actual illnesses, or is it more about the way it's formatted?
Thanks, Senator Askew. I think it's more about the actual forms themselves. And look, we understand that they're templates, and we understand that you do have to have a one-size-fits-all. But it just seems to me in the feedback that we get that that people do find it difficult. I think Jeffrey and my other colleagues on this call today have talked about people with cognitive impairment. So you've also got to think about those people with MS that have some cognitive impairment in dealing with templates, in dealing with bureaucratic forms that are not always in easy English, and it's often difficult for people to get onto somebody who can explain a little bit more about what is exactly required by that template. So people complain to us about the jargon that's used, and I know people try to get on to people in our state offices who might be able to help them. But I think it is more about the pro formas and the templates. One of the things that people have found, if they've got through that application phase, is actually finding out, if they've been rejected, exactly why their application was rejected. And that has come up quite a few times for us. And so, why was your application rejected, and how can you do better next time? I know that's kind of simplifying it, but that is something that has come up repeatedly for us. So, and I think a lot of people that I've spoken to say, oh, we know that we're going to put in an application, it's going to be rejected, and it's some kind of iterative process, which of course is exhausting. So I think it's just, wanting that very, very kind of simple form, exactly what medical evidence is required, exactly why your application might have failed.
Yeah, I think we've heard that a little bit, that, over the course of the inquiries that we've done and through evidence provided in submissions, that there is a difficulty in understanding why applications are declined. So thank you for raising that point. The other question that follows from that then is, when they are in the initial application process, is there support available or that you're aware of through the department to people making the applications?
We've not had anybody say that they've been helped by anybody in the department. People tend to reach out to our state MS organisations, and they help people with all sorts, NDIS, great example. They help people with all sorts of application forms. And of course, you are dealing with people trying to amass medical evidence. And of course, the applicant can't tell the doctor what to say. So that's also, I'd probably best describe that as patchy. So there's a sense of frustration there. I'll go back to my earlier comment. The anecdote that we hear most frequently is that there's a feeling that you as an applicant are trying to scam the system in some way. And that could possibly be coming because of a lack of understanding of multiple sclerosis. And the most common form of MS is relapsing remitting MS. And I think sometimes people who don't know about the condition hear the word remission and perhaps think of some form of cancer, and they think, oh, that means the person, is actually cured and is doing okay, when you know the condition, and I know you do, Senator Askew, it generally just means that a person is plateauing, that they're not actually getting any better, but also they're not progressing. So I think that it gets back to that lack of understanding about the condition itself.
No, that's very fair, very true. Anybody else want to comment on that before I hand back to the chair?
So it's Karen Kanuska here. I completely concur with what Andrew is saying. It is CF is also a condition that you can look really good on the outside, for example, but what's going on inside is pretty drastic, irreparable lung damage and all those sorts of things. But the simple inability to breathe makes it very difficult for people to be running around to endless appointments to try to fill out the documentation correctly. It's really quite difficult to get people to understand. Even GPs don't understand cystic fibrosis terribly well. So even trying to get a local GP to help is impossible. We employ a social worker full-time just to assist people through applications such as these, or dealing with the department, or dealing where they have to go through a bureaucratic process. It's terribly complex, and they do end up feeling as if they're trying to be a scammer, and that just doesn't add to your mental well-being at all. So I absolutely agree with what Andrew has been saying.
Thank you. And Ms McMillan, did you have a comment?
Just briefly, I think we're starting to get an impression of what people call an invisible illness. It's not invisible if you know what you're looking for, but to the casual observer, they go, you look fine. People think they're doing me a favour when they say, oh, you're looking good. You look good today. And I don't, all right, it's nice that I look good, but it's actually, that in itself becomes a barrier to getting help from people who don't understand.
Well, thank you. All right, thank you.
I might add.
I'm
If
sorry,
I might
Mr.
add, sorry to
Mr.
interrupt. With regards to the gathering of evidence, with MECFS, that process of gathering evidence can be years. And because of A, the cost barriers, and B, the knowledge barriers, then you get to a situation where that evidence gets stale and it becomes a cycle. And that itself becomes a barrier. Again, that whole process of having to prove the condition is a difficult process. It's not a blood test. It's not a single test that you can just go and get. It's a process of proving the symptoms of the actual condition so that you match the criteria. And even when that process is gone through, the DSP process can turn around and say, sorry, you don't have the condition because it's not fully diagnosed. Or and then it starts again.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand back to the chair, conscious of time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Senator Askew. Senator Green. We can't hear you again, Senator Green. Oh, the technology is failing us. Okay, so we've lost Senator Green. Look,
She turns the screen off sometimes it works, but she's logging in by the look of it.
yeah. So look, we've just got another 5 minutes. I suppose, I mean, the other thing just to wrap up is just people's extra experience then of what it's like having been rejected, having the system, you know, working against you. People's experience of then living on JobSeeker, and what that, you know, any further sort of information people would like to share with us about what it's doing. Well, actually, let's see if Senator Green, can we hear you again now?
I've signed back in, so we'll have to see.
Okay, but I'll throw to you for the last 5 minutes then.
Thank you very much. Oh, look, it was just a really simple question. I just wanted to ask about, we've talked about the application process to get DSP in the first place. And I apologise for not knowing a lot about the process, but do your members or the people you speak to need to go through reassessment at any stage? Because, you know, I guess the language around DSP has always meant to have been about a permanent impairment, but it seems that some people are being reassessed on a continual basis. I know one of my constituents who was born deaf has been asked for reassessments of medical evidence and things similar to that. So I wanted to ask about reassessment and the burden that puts on your members. And just really quickly, Jeffrey, I just wanted to check, what therapies are you referring to that your members are still required to undertake, even though there's evidence that they might not be appropriate?
Would you like me to address that first?
That would be great.
Okay. The therapies are graded exercise therapy and cognitive behavioural therapy. They're therapies which cognitive behavioural therapy, the Cochrane review on that has been removed pending upgrade. It has no curative benefit whatsoever. It might help some in coping, but it has no curative benefit. It will not improve the condition at all. Graded exercise therapy the NICE guideline use grade process to ascertain the literature and the value of the literature. The majority of the literature was graded low, very low, or low, and that has been in place for many years. And the effect of that is graded exercise for a lot of people causes decline. For some of those people, it causes permanent decline, such that they're actually worse off. And if Centrelink have required them to do it, then they've ended up in a situation where they started off disabled and they became housebound, bedbound, wheelchair-bound as a result of it. That is how dangerous therapy is for the worst extreme of it, and that's for a lot of people. So those two therapies, which have been around for about 30 years, have been contended by the ME/CFS community for 30 years. I've had conversations with the Commonwealth Health Medical Officer 5 years ago where they, despite the fact that these things have been removed, they refused to do so.
I'd like to make a little comment on the first question, which was about how do people cope on DSP. And I don't think it's not news that the DSP is not a lot of money. What people might not appreciate is the medical costs. If you're not going to decline, then you need to pay gap fees to see specialists. You need to pay often the full price of the medication because it hasn't been approved for your illness, only for other illnesses. I myself probably pay, and I'm fortunate I have a little bit of superannuation, I can afford it, easily $100 a week just on medical gaps. So that, taken off your DSP, makes life pretty basic.
Thanks. And just the reassessment question, I think, Mr. Giles, you were nodding your head as well.
Yeah,
That's okay.
to be honest, we hear stories about the reassessment process, but it's not a process that I really know a great deal about. We've mostly focused on the initial application process and the rejection process. So one of my colleagues on the call might have a bit more information about the reassessment process.
I've been reassessed 3 times and it's frightening because that small income that you rely on being regular is at risk. So it's awful. It's just awful.
If I may add, and I hope I'm not jumping over anyone, look, reassessment process can be several years down the track, can be 4, 5, 6, depends on when they came onto the system. But you have a situation where those people are given a short time frame to then demonstrate that they have the disability. And as I pointed out earlier, with ME/CFS in particular, it is a long process to obtain that information. It is an expensive process. And we're not talking hundreds, we're talking potentially thousands across 6 months to 2 years to gather that evidence, assuming that individual has access to a doctor currently. I am aware of people who have not had a doctor for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. I've not had a local doctor in this area since 2007, and my doctor's located in Melbourne, some 1,800 kilometres away.
Do you mean a GP, Mr. Hallerman?
That's a GP.
Yeah.
A specialist is 200 kilometres away if you can get in. And I say that genuinely. So you are put into situations, as I pointed out before, the process does not have knowledgeable, and I mean knowledgeable as in people who are working with patients with ME/CFS and who actually understand the condition. So there's no one within the system that that Centrelink has that they can refer you to who understands the condition so that they can do an assessment. So you end up with people failing on that process because they cannot, A, have the money because they're already on the DSP and don't have the money in the first place, and B, potentially don't have access to anyone that can actually do the paperwork.
Yes, I agree. If I could, it's Karen Canute here. If I can just add to that, particularly if you are regional, it's just an added financial burden on the individual. As an example, the period of COVID that we've just gone through and all the restrictions, the people who fared best out of this were our CF members whose life is very similar to a life being restricted to where you can go and how you can get there. So for a person with CF to go to a government office to talk about their eligibility, they can't travel by public transport. Often they've had sort of a mismatched education, so they aren't able to actually get any income. They don't qualify for the NDIS. They don't get DSP allowance, so they're totally dependent on their parents or friends to support them. And then to go through a reassessment process, it's almost the nail in the coffin, to be honest. You know, by this stage, they're so emotionally overwrought and frustrated and just feeling beyond anything that they can physically do something about. It's just very challenging, and I don't think we should underestimate the mental health impact on individuals who are facing chronic conditions with a system that seems to be so rigidly in place to make life even more difficult.
If I may add, one of the aspects for ME/CFS, and this may apply to under conditions as well, the process of reassessment can make them worse. It can make them so impaired that they can't engage in the process. Then they are taken off the system because they didn't complete what they were supposed to complete. And the reason for that non-completion is the process itself.
And it's the whole thing about being believed. I just draw your attention. I don't know if anybody follows rugby, but there's a rugby player called Nathan Charles. Nathan Charles is about 6'3" or something, and he's 2 axe handles across in the shoulders, and he's very healthy, very robust, professional footballer. He's at one end of the spectrum where his health is quite good, but he still has to put in a lot of work to stay well. And then you have another person who's got a 25% lung function trying to do their shopping. They can barely push the trolley around the supermarket. And so I say this to just give you an example of the wide expanse of experiences that people with CF can have. So, we do need to have people who understand it, who can support people to fill out the right documentation and to apply and to reapply, but they need help to do that. And I guess that's where support organisations come into play. But I can't impress upon you enough the mental load on people who have a chronic condition, like those of my colleagues' organisations and members, and plead with the inquiry to make recommendations to assist and start to reduce that load on people.
If I may just expand one further point on support organisation, ME/CFS Australia has 0 funding from the Commonwealth or any of the states, yet we're expected to carry that burden.
Thanks, Mr. Holman. And look, I think that's a really important point to finish on. And I really want to thank all of you for the amazing work you're doing to supporting people and who are obviously really struggling with the system and just getting enough income to survive on. So look, thank you very much for your evidence today and for your submissions that you put to the inquiry. It's been a really valuable body of work that's going to be of great value for us. Okay.
Thank you,
Chair, it's
Thank you.
Senator Askew. I noticed that Senator Green just wanted to make the comment about the GP inquiry as well. I'm not sure if we've made that point to them, that if there is any, I think Mr. Holman had an issue around GPs, and she just wanted us to let him know that we'd welcome a submission to our inquiry into GPs as well.
Thanks, Senator Askew.
Thank you.
Just catching up on that, so thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. So look, I now welcome by video conference representatives from the Australian National Audit Office, the Australian Human Rights Commission and the Office of the Commonwealth Ombudsman So thank you for appearing before the committee today. I'm Senator Janet Rice, the chair of the committee, and we have Senator Green and Senator Askew with us today. So I remind witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. So, to start off with, can I please ask you to state your names and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard? So let's start off with the ANAO.
Carla Jago, Group Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Thanks, Ms. Jago.
Peter Martin, Executive Director, Performance Audit Services Group.
Thanks, Ms. Martin. And the Human Rights Commission. Mr. Gauntlet?
Ben Gauntlet, Disability Discrimination Commissioner at the Australian Human Rights Commission.
Thanks, Dr. Gauntlet. And the Office of the Commonwealth Ombudsman.
Yes, thank you. Penny Mackay, Acting Commonwealth Ombudsman.
Louise McLeod, Acting Deputy Ombudsman.
David Finton, Senior Assistant Ombudsman.
Emma Cottrell, Senior Assistant Ombudsman.
Thank you very much. So I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement if you would like to do so, and then we will ask you some questions. So do any or all of you wish to make an opening statement?
Nothing from the ANAO, Senator.
Yes, please, Chair.
Okay, go for it, Dr. Gauntlet.
Chair, Deputy Chair and members of the committee, good disability policy benefits all Australians, and the disability support pension is a critical aspect of that system, providing important income and financial support to people with disability who cannot access meaningful employment. There is a clear human rights basis for the payment of the disability support pension. This is enshrined in Article 28 of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities dealing with the standard of living, and also Article 19 dealing with independent living in the community as described by General Comment number 5. But it is important to note that we consider the human rights of people with disability and how they are to be looked after, that there is a multiple arrangement of policy frameworks to deal with matters concerning the welfare of individuals with disability in the community. Housing, transport, employment, health, community awareness raising, data collection and home support issues are all important. For this reason, when we consider the disability support pension, we must consider the wider policy framework as it exists under the National Disability Strategy and will exist under the Australian Disability Strategy. For example, it has been found that if a person with disability is living in an inaccessible home, they are 4 times more likely to be unemployed. But not all states have adopted the changes to the National Construction Code requiring minimum standards of accessibility. The Australian Bureau of Statistics found in 2017 to 2018 that approximately 47.2% of Australians lived with a chronic health condition. That is over 10 million people. Post-COVID-19, it is reasonable to expect that number to be higher. 4.8 billion people, or approximately 20% of that population, had a mental health or a behavioural issue of concern. And we know that approximately 4.4 million Australians live with disability. The Australian Human Rights Commission has previously raised concerns about the operation of the disability support pension in the Willing to Work inquiry led by the late then Disability and Age Discrimination Commissioner Susan Ryan, and in its submissions to the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disability in 2019, with the committee recommending that Australia review its eligibility criteria for the disability support pension, and also to have clear housing and poverty reduction strategies. Madam Chair, the disability support pension application procedures are onerous for people with disability, and the ability to have a decision reviewed and appealed is challenging, especially for individuals experiencing structural disadvantage. Whether a condition is fully diagnosed, treated and stabilised may be subjective in assessment. I thank you for inviting me to discuss this issue today, and I note its importance to people with disability in the community. It is, though, part of a broader discussion relating to the Australian Disability Strategy, which we need to have fit for purpose, rigorous, and ensure that it deals with all aspects of people with disabilities' life going forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Gauntlett. The Office of the Commonwealth Ombudsman, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have an opening statement. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here today to contribute to the committee's inquiry, along with my colleagues from the AHRC and the ANAO. And I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the custodians of the land from which we appear today, and acknowledge pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. My office has a couple of touch points in terms of the administration of the Disability Support Pension, or the DSP. Firstly, we can receive, consider and sometimes investigate complaints about the DSP, and we can conduct own motion investigations into areas of public administration. Our focus is on good administration of government policy and programs and the impact on people in the Australian community. We look at the processes followed by agencies and we consider whether they're fair and reasonable. In 2016, the former Ombudsman Colin Neve published a report of an own motion investigation into the accessibility of DSP for remote Indigenous Australians. This report is referenced in a number of the submissions received by the committee in relation to this inquiry. The report noted that remote Indigenous Australians are among the most vulnerable and disadvantaged groups when it comes to accessing government services and payments. The investigation followed a small number of complaints that were made about the DSP by remote Indigenous Australians who had experienced particular difficulty with the DSP claim assessment process. The report acknowledges that the number of complaints our office receives about DSP is small compared to the total number of DSP claims processed by Services Australia. However, the low complaint volumes are not an indication that the problems complainants are experiencing are rare. The report made 8 recommendations about job capacity and medical assessment processes, improving communication in relation to payment eligibility requirements, and establishing an implementation, monitoring and evaluation framework to assess the effectiveness of any changes to the claims process. 7 of those recommendations related wholly to the then Department of Human Services, which is now Services Australia, and 1 recommendation, recommendation 6, required action from multiple agencies. All 8 recommendations were accepted, and in September 2018, the former Ombudsman Michael Manthorpe was satisfied that all recommendations had been fully implemented. In our view, implementing the recommendations resulted in clearer guidance and procedures for assessing DSP claims, data monitoring and evaluation of the issues raised in the report, improved publicly available information about what's required to support a DSP claim, and enhanced cultural training and communication in language. In saying this though, we're also cognizant that while Services Australia continues to make improvements to its processes, people are continuing to experience difficulties in claiming and maintaining eligibility for DSP. This may be due in part to the complex policy and the inherent vulnerability of the people seeking to claim DSP. We regularly engage with Services Australia to discuss administrative issues and complaint trends. My office also engages with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and organisations under our Indigenous Engagement Strategy and Reconciliation Action Plan.
Do you know how to unmute it? Sorry? Do you know how to mute it? No.
Our engagement covers a broad range of issues due to the broad remit of our office, but also includes DSP and remote service delivery issues.
How will you mute? I don't know.
We continue to receive complaints about DSP, and complaint volumes have remained fairly stable over the last 5 financial years, at about 15% of all complaints received about Centrelink each year. And as have the issues people generally complain about, they have also remained relatively stable. We've observed a drop in complaints about DSP and Centrelink in 2020-21. However, this trend was seen across most of the agencies we oversee, and it's likely to be due to consequences related to COVID-19. I won't seek to comment on the matters of policy today, but I'm happy to take any questions the committee might have in relating to the administration of the DSP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, look, so some questions. Look, I'll start with the ANAO. And look, could you just give us a bit of a recap as to some of the evidence and the key findings which underpinned your audit recommendations?
Certainly. So audit report number 13 of 2018-19 on the disability support pension was tabled in November 2018. And we looked at whether the Department of Social Services and the then Department of Human Services drove improvements in disability support pension program using data and information from multiple sources. And we also looked at whether they'd implemented previously agreed Auditor General and Parliamentary Committee recommendations. The audit concluded that both Social Services and Human Services were using data and information from multiple sources to drive performance improvements to the DSP program. The exception to that was around their internal and external performance measures, which weren't fully effective. Human Services had developed and updated training and guidance for staff and contractors involved in the DSP assessment and review processes. And those updates were made in response to program changes, external scrutiny, including, we mentioned in the report, some ombudsman reports and program learnings. Human Services didn't comprehensively monitor whether their officers were communicating the reasons for access decisions to DSP applicants in both a timely and accurate manner, and we make a recommendation in relation to that. Human Services selects DSP recipients for review of medical eligibility under the 2016-17 budget measure, which is what we were looking at in this audit, using evidence-based risk profiles. And those risk profiles adopted learnings from initial implementation as well as from their 2014-15 budget measure. Reviews that had been undertaken as of June 2018 had established that the majority of recipients that were reviewed remained eligible for the DSP. Both Social Services and Human Services monitored, evaluated and reported on delivery of the DSP program, but we did feel that improvements needed to be made to the effectiveness of the approaches across all 3 of those domains. The assessment of performance against outcomes was not complete, as the 2 departments did not have a comprehensive set of key performance measures for interdepartmental and external reporting. The interdepartmental timeliness key performance measure they used at that time was biased, as it excluded DSP claims with processing times over 84 days. The evaluations undertaken had focused primarily on effectiveness, and we felt they should be broadened to also address efficiency and cost effectiveness. The departments had not implemented one of the recommendations from an earlier Auditor General report from 2015-16 to develop a more complete set of internal and external performance measures, but they had implemented the other recommendations from that audit. Chair, I'm happy to run through the 4 recommendations if you would like me to, or happy to take questions.
Yes, look, I mean, perhaps my next question is whether you have been sort of monitoring, the implementation given that DSS now and Services Australia accepted the recommendation. So perhaps if you go through each recommendation and any work that you've done on monitoring, the implementation after they accepted those recommendations.
Do that. We haven't been back in to formally audit any of these areas, but what we do is 2 years after an audit report is issued, we ask the entities we audit for their assessment of whether they have implemented the recommendations. So I can provide you the assessment that both Services Australia and DSS gave us in June of this year on how they were going and implementing those recommendations, but we have not audited that. So I can't give you any assurance over it, but I can let you know what they told us. So the first recommendation was when transitioning to the DSP online claims process, Human Services should review the effectiveness of all current communications channels for unsuccessful DSP applicants and revise when necessary, and ensure the capability to monitor the quality and timeliness of the method by which unsuccessful DSP applicants are advised of the decision. We were advised by Services Australia in June 2021 that they have implemented that recommendation. Recommendation number 2 was that the Departments of Human Services and Social Services review and revise the external and interdepartmental key performance measures for the DSP to ensure they are relevant, reliable, non-biased and complete, and clearly linked to both the key deliverables documented in the bilateral management arrangements and the purpose and outcome documented in each department's corporate plan and portfolio budget statements. In June of this year, both agencies told us that they felt they were on track to implement those recommendations by 30 June this year. But we were getting that report from them in early June. So in early June, they had not implemented them, but they thought they were on track to implement by 30 June and would be reporting to their audit committees soon after that. Recommendation number 3 was that Social Services conduct a further review in 2019 of the efficacy of the 2015 changes to the DSP claims process to require raw medical records or evidence and a disability medical assessment by a government contracted doctor. We recommended that review should include an assessment of both effectiveness, including cost effectiveness and efficiency, and consultation with both internal and external stakeholders. In June of this year, DSS advised us that in early June it had not been implemented, but they expected it to be implemented by the end of June and that it would be going to their July 2021 Audit Committee meeting. The final recommendation was that Human Services and Social Services work together to increase transparency of DSP data by consulting with external stakeholders about how publicly available data could be enhanced, for example, by including the time taken to process DSP applications and appeal rates. In June this year, both Services Australia and DSS advised us that that had been implemented.
Great, thank you. With relation to recommendation 3, the review, I asked Services Australia for whether that review had been done, and we've just got a response to that question to say that they released the report of the review on the 22nd of October, so just over a week ago. Have you had an opportunity to look at that report?
No, we haven't, Chair.
Okay. I'm hoping to have a chance to look at it in the lunch break before we talk to them this afternoon. Look, thank you very much. And what will be the ongoing process for monitoring compliance with these recommendations, or for any further improvements or any further auditing of the DSP process?
So we're just about to, or just starting the process to set our annual audit work program for the 22-23 year. And this, along with all other potential topics, will be considered as part of that process to see whether we put a possible topic on the 22-23 program. In terms of following up, we do sometimes do follow-up audits. At this point, we do not have one of those planned for this topic, but again, we will consider that through the annual audit work program process.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the Human Rights Commission, and thank you, Dr. Gauntlet, for your evidence today, as you know, the significance of these issues. So how have the issues of access to the DSP and the inadequacy or adequacy of the DSP, how have these issues been raised with the Human Rights Commission? And do you have a view on what needs to be done to address these issues?
We do not have a formal consultation mechanism that exists relating to the operation of the disability support pension. And whilst we do have regular consultation with peak disabled persons organisations or representative organisations for people with disability, this issue is generally raised anecdotally within those forums. Although complaints under the Disability Discrimination Act are, well, until COVID-19 at least, were the leading area of complaint or the most common area of complaint at the Human Rights Commission, they often relate to the provision of a good or a service and or employment. They do not relate to the operation of the disability support pension or the laws that exist in relation to it. Those complaints are often made to the Commonwealth Ombudsman. In terms of the adequacy and the operation of the disability support pension, we would be guided by the position of the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities when it reviewed Australia in 2019. There are clear needs for the eligibility criteria for the disability support pension to be considered in a way that picks up, for example, psychosocial or cognitive disability to make it more accessible to individuals in those circumstances. But there is also a need to make sure that the disability-related costs of individuals are taken into consideration when providing income or financial support to make sure that people with disability can live as an equal to others. In terms of our work to try and change the framework and how people with disability are dealt with, I can refer you to a number of policy areas of which I have the pleasure of chairing a number of councils. I chair the Disability Employment Services Review Disability Reference Group, which is looking at reforming the Disability Employment Services Framework, which is an important interrelationship with the disability support pension. I chair the Disability Advisory Council of the National Disability Data Asset, which is an important policy framework which will hopefully pick up data relating to how people with disability are treated in the community, but also to make invisible need visible. And then we've also had a significant role in developing and modifying the Australian Disability Strategy, which is a 10-year policy across all levels of government, which will hopefully be launched in about a month. And within that policy, there is an implementation framework which picks up issues relating to the disability support pension and similar type payments, which is something that did not exist in relation to the first National Disability Strategy. And for that reason, it is hopefully going to make a significant change in dealing with such issues as housing, access to healthcare, etc., which can influence the lives of people with disability in the community and can influence the efficacy of the disability support pension going forward.
Thank you. You mentioned the sort of eligibility criteria and the costs of having a disability needing to be taken into consideration. So does the Human Rights Commission have a clear view then that the DSP, you know, both in terms of access to it because of eligibility and then the level of it needs reform in these two areas?
I think given the findings of the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, there is a need to actively consider whether the tests used to assess eligibility for the disability support pension, but also the amount of funding provided under the disability support pension is fit for purpose. I do not have the underlying medical qualifications to be able to comment on precisely what is the test, etc., that is used. But what is required is an appreciation of respecting the human rights of individuals in applying for the support pension, and making sure that tests are non-discriminatory in nature, but take into account such things as when individuals are culturally and linguistically diverse or come from regional, rural and remote areas, and that in particular there is provision made for individuals with a psychosocial disability or underlying intellectual or cognitive disability to be treated with dignity and respect through the process.
Thank you. Look, I might actually, I know that Senator Askew has got a very tight deadline of needing to be leaving by 11:30 when your session's meant to end. So Senator Askew, I might throw to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I haven't got a lot of questions, but I just thought I would clarify through the Office of Commonwealth Ombudsman. During your presentation at the start, you mentioned the recommendations that you made from your investigations. And I was just wondering if you could, I noticed you mentioned you only had a small number of complaints in relation to the overall numbers, but could you just elaborate a little bit more on what types of complaints that you've received and how they're being dealt with?
Certainly. I might hand to my colleague, Ms McLeod, but I'll give you a brief overview. So we receive complaints, about 15% of all the complaints we receive about Centrelink are about the DSP each year. And so in 2020-21, we received about 854 complaints about the DSP. Usually they're about the claims process, the review process, and the payment rate. Long wait times and complexity of process and the number of tests that people are required to undergo to maintain eligibility for the DSP. More recently, we've been seeing complaints about the difficulty in providing evidence to make claims, poor or non-personalised information in letters or communications with claimants, and the long wait times for processing processing claims and reviews. But I'll just hand to Ms McLeod because she has some more detailed information that might be able to assist you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, what we find with DSP, and particularly what we've seen over the past 5 years since we did our own motion investigation, is, as the Ombudsman indicated, it's the complexity and the ability, particularly in terms of providing evidence or the evidence required to make a claim for DSP that comes through on our the complaints we receive. And what we're often finding with the complaints when we investigate them is that the issues are complex, and I suppose that sort of reflects the claims process and the policy that sits behind, and there's often multiple issues at play for the complainant, and the complaint and their engagement with the department has been going on for a number of years. As the Ombudsman indicated, some complainants raise concerns about insufficient information being provided in the initial DSP rejection letter that they receive. And in particular, sometimes what it is there is only one, I suppose, ground or one reason on which their claim has been rejected. But when they go through the review process and have an arrow review, they're then actually getting a lot more information or reasons for why their claim has been rejected, which means it makes it difficult for a complainant or an applicant when they're going through a merits review process to actually engage with the issues and understand what they need to address to successfully get their claim processed or appealed.
I just need to clarify, when you mentioned an arrow review, is that what you said?
Yeah, the authorised review officer within Services Australia.
Okay, that's better. Okay, thank you. I was just trying to work out what that was. Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the acronym.
No, that's all right. I was thinking, how do I write that down?
Okay. I think the only other aspect I'd comment on is we also see complainants complain about the fact that they haven't had enough time to obtain the necessary medical reports and therefore the evidence in which to, put that forward for their claim to be assessed, or they struggle to actually meet the due date for the medical reports to be put forward. And I think we particularly see that the more remote or regional a complainant is.
Okay, excellent. So is the complexity, is the impairment tables one of the key issues with it? And is that what they're referencing?
Yeah, look, I think it comes down to the fact that the ability to actually engage with the process and get medical evidence, actually go and see the required medical experts to get the reports that then speak to what their impairment is and how that's rated under the impairment tables. Yes, that can contribute to the complexity of the process for them.
Okay, so just on the issues that you've raised and the recommendations you've made, how many of them do you believe have been implemented by the department or overseen?
I'll take that question, Senator. Yes, one of the recommendations was, I think the final recommendation of our report in 2016 was for the department to report progress regarding the implementation back to us in 16-17. I can confirm that actually we went through a process and the former Ombudsman Michael Manthorpe signed off in 2018 that all of the 8 recommendations had been fully implemented.
Okay. That's all good. Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. One of your findings and recommendations, which I'd be interested to go into a bit more detail, was sort of the need for program of support requirements to be more proactively communicated by Service Australia and employment service providers. And we've had a huge amount of criticism of the program of support by many of the people who have submitted to this inquiry. Do you feel that, can you just go into a bit more about the issues associated there and whether, if that recommendation indeed has been implemented, whether you've got any any views as to whether the issues associated, those issues have been in fact overcome?
Thank you. So in 2017, DSS and Department of Jobs and Small Business and the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet collaborated to produce a new information sheet for employment service providers about the DSP program of support requirements. And in 2018, February, the information sheet was distributed to Job Active, Disability Employment Services and Community Development Program providers. In May 2018, messaging about the importance of advising job seekers who might claim DSP about the program of support requirements was distributed to providers, and provider guidelines were also updated to provide ongoing messaging about the program of support. So those were the actions that were taken by the.
Did your review look at the efficacy or the value of the program of support at all?
No, we didn't look at that as such because we concentrate on the administration of the programs rather than the policy behind where the programs came from. So our lane is purely the administration. So no, we didn't consider that.
Okay. And look, finally, then, do you see that the Office of the Commonwealth Ombudsman would be continuing to have a engagement with the implementation of the DSP?
Oh, absolutely. We meet quarterly with Services Australia to discuss all things in their remit, including DSP. And we continuously keep an eye on those issues that we've looked at in the past, but also any emerging issues that we might want to consider taking a closer look at going forward. So yes, we absolutely keep an ongoing engagement.
Right, and are there some emerging issues then that we haven't covered off, you didn't cover in your previous report?
I think, as I said in the opening, the issues that have been coming through in complaints have remained relatively stable. We haven't seen a particular spike in complaints. We haven't seen any particular spike in an issue that we would pique our interest in terms of looking at it closely in an own motion investigation. So at this point, we're continuing to monitor, we're continuing to watch and evaluate, but we're also ready to take action if we need to.
Okay, thank you. I think unless my colleagues have got any further questions, I think we'll probably conclude. So look, thank you very much for appearing today. It's been really useful evidence to the committee. So look, the committee will now suspend and resume at, time are we coming back? I think at 12:15. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So look, I'll kick off. So I'm Senator Janet Rice and the chair of this committee, and I'd like to welcome via teleconference and video conference representatives from the Ethnic Disability Advocacy Centre, South East Community Links and the National Ethnic Disability Alliance. Thanks for appearing before the committee today. So I've got with me two other members of my committee. I've got Senator Askew and Senator Green. So to kick off with, could I please ask you each to state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard transcript. So starting with the representatives from the Ethnic Disability Advocacy Centre.
This is Dr. Siat Abdi, Systemic Advocate with Kin Disability Advocacy, formerly known as Ethnic Disability Advocacy Centre.
Thanks,
Good morning.
Dr.
My name is Christine Grace, and I'm the Advocacy Services Manager at Kin Disability Advocacy Centre, formerly known as Ethnic Disability Advocacy Centre.
Thanks very much, Ms. Grace. South East Community Links.
Thanks, Senators. Peter McNamara, CEO of South East Community Links, and with my colleague
Kay Dilger, I'm the Manager of Financial Wellbeing at South East Community Links.
Thanks, Mr. McNamara and Ms. Dilger. And the National Ethnic Disability Alliance.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for having us here. It's Dwayne Cranfield, the CEO of NEDA, the National Ethnic Disability Alliance. I have with me my Senior Research and Policy Officer. I'll let her introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Blanca Ramirez. I'm the Senior Research and Policy Officer here at NEDA.
Thank you very much. Could I ask you all, while you're giving evidence today, if you're able to do your best to speak clearly, hopefully the technology will hold up, and to identify yourself each time you speak to assist with the recording and the broadcast of these proceedings. So look, I'd now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement if you would like to do so, and then we will ask you some questions. So again, starting off with the Ethnic Disability Advocacy Centre.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Siat Abdi, Kin Disability Advocacy Centre for Kin Disability Advocacy, formerly Ethnic Disability Advocacy Centre. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present this worthwhile discourse. Our submissions are from issues that are being represented by our individual advocates who have gathered the information, and we have used both national and then Kin Disability Advocacy data to provide comparative evidence in our presentation. Disability support pension is a payment provided to recipients who have permanent disability or medical conditions that stops them from work. Having a disability or medical conditions does not automatically qualify an individual for disability support pension. The applicants must prove the cause and nature of their disability with evidence. This is something that is very difficult from culturally and linguistically diverse populations that we represent. The ideas of putting DSP clients into a level of productivity is commendable, but it is unfair to focus on the extent a person is impaired, working, and less on whether a person has been diagnosed with disabling condition. Those diagnosed with disabling conditions may also experience other inhibiting factors, particularly from our culturally linguistically diverse, such as low literacy, and environmental barriers, and social and community attitudes. Therefore, it is not in the spirit of Australia Fair Go that they should be discriminated due to their health conditions or disability. Applying for DSP payment is very hard for our culturally and linguistically diverse people with a disability. They may not understand the type of doctor's report and information they are required to collect. High productivity and literacy is required in most jobs, and culturally and linguistically diverse people with a disability find this level of performance difficult to achieve. Both disability support pension and current allowances rates place recipients from culturally linguistically diverse in poverty and or at risk of it, making it difficult transitioning to sustainable employment. We believe that the following recommendations are essential to influence change. First, we hope the broadening of the legal description of disabling conditions to include chronic and permanent health conditions that adversely affect quality of life. Recognizing barriers such as recent migrations, lack of support and knowledge of Australian system for vulnerable clients. The second one is to review the impaired tables to make them more comprehensive, conclusive, and fair in determining people who are receiving disability support pension. Third recommendations is to include knowledge of doctors within the continuous professional development of health professionals, as they are unaware of the types of evidence required. 4, understanding that migrants may not have evidence or from their home countries about their disability. So when they come here, we find them, they don't have evidence, they don't have evidence to show that they have a disability, or they may not have been assessed. Therefore, they don't have recognized their assessments, which they come from home with it, is not even recognized here in Australia. They experience unique difficulties in accessing health services or on top of existing barriers such as extensive wait times and financial cost. So that when they go and even do the assessment, we find that our culturally linguistically diverse, because they don't have the finance, they cannot go to private assessments. Therefore, they have to wait from the public assessment. That really gives them a lot of challenge. The fifth aspect recommendations we're giving is that to continue deconstructing structural and institutional barriers to participation in employment for people living with a disability. The sixth recommendations we are making to the Honorable Senate is that Centrelink of Human Services process to assist vulnerable clients in understanding what is required of DSP, Disability Support Pension. Second, also job capacity assessors to understand that application process can be distressful or distressing for clients from culturally linguistically diverse. During individual interviews where clients are questioned on sensitive information. These are people who are coming to the country and they already have a lot of stress, and the way they are questioned is really putting them into stress. 7, implementation of 3 months assessment time frame for the eligibility process, because it's taking a lot of time, up to 2 years, for our culturally linguistically diverse to be able to be assessed or to be, The 8th recommendation we're making is that ensure that eligibility process is fair, reasonable, accessible, equitable, and not unduly burdensome on people with a disability. The last recommendation we would like to make is to consider removing the barriers of migrants with a disability requiring to wait for 10 years before meeting residency requirements associated with eligibility for the disability support pension, so as not to expose them to financial vulnerability and hardship. And this has been actually a very severe situation during COVID, where people from migrants who have to wait for 10 years have not been given any consideration, and we consider that as aspect of discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Abdi, for that opening statement. Southeast Community Links, did you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, thanks, and hello to Senator Rice, Senator Green, and Senator Askew. We're today speaking to you from the lands of the Bunurong people in the southeast of Melbourne. I'll give a very brief overview of Southeast Community Links. Then I'll throw to Kay, who's the senior practitioner on the ground, who give an overview of our submission and where we see there could be recommendations to improve the DSP. Southeast Community Link supports about 7,000 individuals and families a year throughout the LGAs of Kingston, Dandenong, Cardinia, and Casey, which are some of the most multicultural and diverse communities in Australia. It might be the largest LGA for multicultural communities in Australia, as well as the fastest growing throughout the Casey corridor on the big mortgage belt through there. In addition to it, has the big manufacturing hub and area of Dandenong. So we see on the ground a lot of diversity of people who are disadvantaged, who are seeking employment or on the DSP or should be on the DSP, as well as those who are in employment or experiencing unstable work conditions. Our services are very varied. They offer financial counselling, emergency relief, family violence prevention, youth and homelessness services. So in many ways, we're a little bit of a canary in the coal mine because we're the largest provider of financial counselling and emergency relief to multicultural communities in Australia. So when someone's in trouble, they usually come to our services first. Now, in saying that, I'd like to just throw now past to Kay, who'll give the overview of what those services see and what our recommendations are to the senators. Kay.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, senators, for inviting us to speak today. Our key points in the report really are looking at the application system being difficult to navigate for people, particularly those unfamiliar with Australian systems and processes. Some of the technical terminology and language in the letters that people are sent from DHS Centrelink is not well understood by people with limited English language proficiency, whether that be because of their limited education in Australia or limited schooling, or whether it be because they have multiple languages and that English might be their second, third or fourth, sometimes even fifth language. The cost of medical reports can be a barrier for those that are on job seeker payment. Around 25% of people accessing our emergency relief system are on job seeker payment, which means that they have no savings. So to have up to $2,000 to pay for a medical report can be particularly challenging and actually excludes them from being able to apply. The impairment tables, we believe that they're out of date and no longer in line with community expectations. We believe that there are many in our community that are on job seeker that have sufficient levels of impairment to be unable to work, whether that be because of mental health, health issues. The stabilisation period makes it really difficult for people to access the pension when it's got to be considered treated and stable, leaving a lot of people on job seeker payment when really they actually are unable to work. They are the key points I'd like to bring to the attention, and just recommend strongly a review of the impairment tables to include broader definitions of the health issues that impact on persons with disabilities, and looking really at simplifying and streamlining the process to apply for disability support pension, as well as the appeals process should people be unsuccessful in their first application. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms. Dilger. And finally, the National Ethnic Disability Alliance.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dwayne Cranfield. I'm the CEO of NEDA. I come to you today from Ngunnawal land in Canberra, and I'd like to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Firstly, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity of being here today. It's a real honour for us at NEDA to be a part of this process and to be here with colleagues that are so distinguished as well. And I'd like to say that we support everything that the previous people have stated in their opening remarks. I think a couple of the first things I would just want to use to take away is that we're a nation that's built on migration in Australia. And at the moment, 30% of the population are born overseas. That doesn't take into account those people that live in families where they are related to a person that's born overseas. That's 7.6 million people in Australia as of the 2020 count that are overseas born in this country. So we're a nation built on migration. One of the issues that I have with regard to the DSP is that the bulk of the people that live on the disability support pension live below the Henderson poverty line, and that is significant. And if you're looking at people in Australia, and this is a more broad kind of process, if you're looking at people in Australia that are on the DSP, there are two cohorts of people that generally don't have much say in where they live. And that's those people that live on disability support pension and those people that are incarcerated. And it's a very sad state of affairs when you've got people that the only reason they have no say in where they live is because of their financial status and the fact that they have a disability. The issues currently that we have with regard to the process of entering the DSP is that it's becoming a more medicalised model, as opposed to the fact that the NDIA and other aspects of disability culture in Australia are based on a social model of disability. So the two things are incongruous, they don't meet. And the rationale behind, we believe the rationale behind this further use of a medicalised model is because it removes people from the process of entering the DSP. It culls the number of participants down. It makes it harder for those to engage. We have issues, and I'm just going to go to quickly to our submission. I'll just pull it up here on my computer. We have a list of recommendations, and I've written copious notes today to talk about, but I won't do that. But if we look at our recommendations on page 8 of our thing, the barriers to the DSP need to be removed for CULD people around language and culture. It's hard for these people to engage. Everything that our colleagues have said this morning is already been said. But I think what I want to bring back to is the 10-year qualifying period is a huge barrier to people. And as Dr. Abdu said earlier, the issue with regard to that, and we saw it within COVID, is significant as well. I think the other issue that I'd like to raise that hasn't been raised this morning is the mechanism around people travelling who are on the DSP. And that how that is an issue now, that if you're on a disability support pension, you can only go away for a certain amount of weeks and you can't live overseas. And there are other problems around that which hinder CULD people with regard to maintaining close and important and significant relationships within their families and their extended family. There's some of the issues. All I would say is I would draw you to our document to have a look at, and quite happy to talk further to that later. I'm just going to throw to Blanca Ramirez and see if she wants to add anything to what I've said.
Thank you, Dwayne. Just one point to add further to what everyone else has said, which I also agree with, is it's in reference to the terms of reference paragraph C, which is looking at the impact of geography, age, and other characteristics on the number of people receiving the DSP. We are unable to understand exactly what those impacts are because of the lack of a consistent definition of what CULD is. For the DSP, the only data that's collected is the country of birth. And so that doesn't take into account all the other cultural diversity characteristics that not only the DSP, but other government agencies don't take into account. So without having a sort of universal CULD definition, we don't have accurate quantitative data to plan policies to understand exactly what these issues are. Right now, we're speaking about issues that other member organizations have heard from individuals or other data from different sources, such as the ABS. But that is something else that in our submission that we would like to see is having a more inclusive definition and consistent definition of what CULD is. Thank you.
If I could just add another thing as well before I go, we have real concerns for new and emerging communities within this space. They're a cohort that are greatly at risk in this conversation due to language barriers, cultural barriers, religious barriers, issues that are concerns that prohibit them from engaging. And again, they're another cohort that kind of rose to the surface during COVID, especially in Victoria. And I think the COVID process has been a very good model for us to see what not to do with regard to CALD communities and that engagement process. So again, out of all of this, new and emerging communities are greatly at risk within these conversations. Thank you.
Look, thanks very much for your opening statements and for your submissions. And yes, I assure you that we have all read the submissions, so taking the two of them together, it's a really powerful body of evidence that you've presented. Look, I want to start, in fact, on the issue that Ms. Ramirez, you just raised, and that's about the data and the lack of consistent data. So it's actually very hard to see how culturally and linguistically diverse communities are, in fact, being directly impacted. Could you talk us through whether you've got a view as to, you know, what data the department should be collecting on CALD communities and their engagement with the DSP?
Sorry. Was that question aimed at a particular person?
Yes. So Ms. Ramirez or Mr. Cranfield. Yes. So I mean, given that your submission talks about the problems with data as well. So what? Yeah. Given that you're saying that there's inadequate data collection because of a lack of consistent definition, what sort of, do you have a view as to what sort of data the department should be collecting?
Sure. The sort of data that NIDA really would like to see collected, there are a number of different characteristics. So for one, we're looking at the language spoken at home or language spoken in whatever country of birth, but that's looking at linguistic diversity. So we're looking at the sort of, we also need to make a distinction between the different types of languages being spoken. And we also needed to look at not only are people born at a non-English speaking country, but looking at the different generations as well who may identify as CALD. And I'll use myself as an example. I'm born in the US, so I come from an English speaking country. If I fill out an application for either the NDIS or the DSP, if I just mark my country of birth is the US, I would not be considered CALD. I most definitely consider myself CALD. I come from Mexican undocumented migrants. There are certain things that, even though I come from an English-speaking country, I understand, written, and I speak proficiently. There are a lot of other issues related to myself that aren't necessarily reflected in, I guess, the mainstream community. So it's that sort of data that's needed. There are particular issues that, you know, first generation, second generation children of migrants that are facing that may not necessarily be reflective of the Australian population as a whole. I think I'll see if Dwayne has any specific type of information.
Yeah, Dwayne Cranfield here. I think the issue around cultural identity and language, it's more than just what is the language spoken at home. What we're finding with new and emerging communities, that you've got people who are born from parents from a particular country that are raised in another country in a refugee camp, and then they come to Australia. So therefore, the cultural identity is very mixed about where they're born, where their parents have come from, and which language they speak. And the other issue that we have to realise in all of this is that just because you speak a language doesn't mean that you're literate in that language. So, for example, I speak pretty good Swedish. My partner's a Swede, my children are Swedish. But I can't read it, I'm illiterate. I can probably ask where the train station is, and that's about it in writing. And so I think at the end of the day, we've got to be very, very careful when we're dealing with CALD communities that we do this. And what we find in Australia now is that there's still an over-reliance of tools and resources being done in the magic 6 languages that government departments want to do them in. And there'll be Greek and Spanish and Vietnamese and an Islamic language of some kind. And the reality is the people who needing translations in Greek, they all speak English now, or Italian, they all speak English now. But we're stuck in this concept, and this is where the data is wrong. We look at the place of birth or where people have come from, but we don't, and we look at the sheer numbers. We go, well, there's an over-representation of Greeks in the community. Let's do everything in Greek. But the reality is, for those people who need translations from Greek into English, they're gone now. Their children speak English. We need to be looking at new and emerging communities, and not just looking at the raw number of, oh, there are 1.3 million Greeks in Australia, therefore we've got to do things in Greek. No, we don't do things in Greek anymore. We need to be doing things in Arabic. We need to be doing things in Farsi, or we need to be doing things in Urdu. This is what we need to look at. The diversity has changed in this country. But the problem is that the government, and we recently had this situation with some work with quality and safeguards and some work that's being done with Canberra University, with ANU, where the translated work was being done in Greek and Spanish. And I said, why? Well, because there's an over-representation of those people from those countries that speak that language. Yeah, but it's not important anymore. We need to be being more diverse in that space. So the whole data collection around place of birth, language spoken, all of those things needs to be far more sophisticated than it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. It's very useful. Staying with you, Mr. Cranfield, you mentioned in your opening statement, and a number of witnesses and organisations have spoken to this inquiry about the fact that the model is a medicalised model rather than a social model of disability. Could I get any of you that would like to comment? What would the system look like if it was a social model of disability that we were looking at? How would the implementation of the DSP change?
Well, here's the incongruous aspect of where we're at. I run a national peak body. We're funded by DSS, and we're funded because we operate from a social model of disability. And here we are working within a system that operates from a medicalised model of disability. And here we talk about the NDIS being a social model because it's about choice and control and about having a good life, so to speak. But then again, when we move back across to the DSP, it's about function and disability and what disability do you have. And I think at the end of the day, we've got to have a more holistic idea and concept of what a disability is. And that means things like capacity have to be taken into greater extent. For an example, I have an acquired brain injury. Some days I function quite well. Today I'm doing okay. There are days when I don't, and that could be because I haven't had enough sugar or caffeine, or had a bad night's sleep or whatever. And so at the end of the day, we have to have a process and a model which has got more latitude around how we support people with a disability and how we let them into the game, as opposed to having this model where, okay, looks like your legs aren't going to grow back, so therefore we'll let you in. It's a very stiff model. It's very, there are hard boundaries in it, and that's the problem. And I understand that when government talks about, for example, with the NDIS scheme sustainability and the sustainability around the DSP as well, I understand that. I realise that we don't have infinite resources in this space, but that doesn't mean that we can't have more compassion and deal with people with regard to how their disability interacts with their life, as opposed to saying, you need a wheelchair. Thank you.
Do any of the other witnesses want to talk about the overall model of the medical model and how it, be better if it was a social model of disability?
I think this is Dr. Siat from Kin Disability Advocacy. I would just want to just address the aspect of a medical model to compared to the social model. What I would like to see is actually an aspect of flexibility as opposed to rigidity, which is represented by the medical model, to the extent that you have to be permanent disability, not functioning, and if you are not that, then you don't get any financial support. That really is challenging, because it doesn't address that aspect of flexibility, choice and control, as already Mr. Dwayne has already mentioned. So this is the thing. It really pins you to either be permanent, and again, it doesn't even look at the type of disability. because certain types of disability present itself with certain kind of functioning limitations, and that is not really addressed properly when you consider the medical model. It doesn't have any flexibility of that nature.
Thank you. Perhaps moving on to, all of you have got experience in working with people of culturally and linguistically diverse people, and you've talked about the barriers, the extra barriers for accessing the DSP. Could you talk us through some stories of some of the people that you live with, but what that means for them if they're not able to access it, if they're being rejected, if they're having to then survive on JobSeeker, the impact on people's lives?
It's Christine Grace speaking from Kin Disability Advocacy. When a client from our individual advocacy program, when a client has been declined several times for DSP, it not only puts them in hardship, but they're often referred to a disability employment service provider or a mainstream employment service provider, and they have very extreme difficulties in complying with their mutual obligation participation requirements. And given also the literacy issues that some of our clients have, they don't necessarily understand the letters they're getting from either the employment service provider or Centrelink, which results in them often being cut off from the New Start allowance that, they had before. It's often our staff are required to present with them at their employment service provider and really negotiate strongly for a change in their participation requirements until they're able to get the evidence that will provide Centrelink with enough information to get them over to make them eligible for DSP.
Thank you.
That's the experience. Thank you.
Mr. McNamara, did you want to add to the experiences of your clients?
Yeah, I'll quickly just pass across to Kay. I do want to mention structural issues, Senator, as well, that in our region, so access both digitally is an issue. So we, within 2K radius, you can go from digital exclusion of 5% to 14%. So access to the systems in itself is hard in itself. Then you've got language on top of it, both the, I'll say the bureaucratic nature of some of the language. We're talking about people who may speak 5 languages, 3 languages. English is not their strongest. And just adding on to what Dwayne was saying, Greek is not an issue in Melbourne. It seriously isn't. But Dari, Nura, just common sense approach. And this is, and I'll just put on the table, this isn't just, I know this is a government inquiry. We've been advocating with the banks for a long time. We've had a big movement with them. Don't use Greek, don't use French, don't use Italian. We get it. We've moved on as a nation. But I will pass to Kay, who can tell a story what we see on the ground with family violence and the DSP and how that plays out for women in particular.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Kay Dilger, just looking to perhaps tell a story of a financial counselling client, a young woman who came to our service after family violence. She'd also been a family violence victim survivor, had a number of health challenges as a result of the family violence, and English was her third language. Originally from Afghanistan, came to Australia. After the family violence, she was left with significant impairment both physically, she had an injury to her spine and also some intellectual cognitive impairment as a result. Working with our financial counsellors, it took 2 years to resolve her financial issues, and among those being applying for the pension, trying to get her disabilities recognised. We had to use interpreters. We had to translate, if you like, the jargon and the language in the communications into more, very much simpler. We had to simplify the language to explain to her what she needed to do and give her support around accessing medical reports and how to navigate all those systems and the way that they interact with each other. It did take quite a long time for her condition to be considered stable and get access to the pension. But with the support of our service, the financial counselling, and also we worked with another organisation around her social security rights. We did get there, but that's one person. And while her story is just one, it's not unique in that there are many people in our community that are struggling with something similar, with just working their way through the system as it stands.
Thank you, and thanks very much for the work that you're doing. Yes, Mr. Cranfield.
I just want to come back to that. NEDA is a part of the NMAG, which is the National Multicultural Reference Group, which is a part of Services Australia. And you know, they're great people, and we work very closely with them, and they do amazing work. But I have to say that government's reliance on apps and mobile technology for people to engage is incredibly positive. So if you're a new and emerging person who's arrived here and you're getting some kind of government support or some kind of pension, you don't have the bandwidth or the technology to access these services all the time. And if you're trying to conduct your life via a small screen that you hold in your hand, it's a very, very difficult thing to do. I was also part some time ago around the carer supplement part of the pension a few years ago. There was a reform of that. And part of the issue was that, and this is what we see every day with all of these processes, my father, we moved from the Hunter Valley to Canberra to essentially come to die home with us here in Canberra. And I was spending more and more time at home with him, supporting him through that process. And my partner and I, she's a health professional, she's in dentistry, we decided that we would apply for the carer supplement in order so I could spend a bit more time at home and be with him and support him. The 36-page document, which took me several hours to go through, and when I got to about page 16, I threw it in the bin and went, forget it, we'll just move on from this. Now, when the opportunity came up to work on that tool and to help government redefine that document, I jumped at that opportunity because I had some skin in the game as to where we'd been before. But these are the processes that we see all the time with regard to people within this community trying to engage in these processes. They are prohibitive. You know, it's almost like they're specifically designed that way to make it difficult. I'm not going to say that that's the case, but that's how it feels. And if you're a new and emerging person who's arrived here from Somalia or wherever you've come from, and you've arrived in Australia and you've got to try and engage in these processes, it's very, very difficult. The other problem that we have in this space is that there's no more individual advocacy. Individual advocacy got destroyed when the NDIS came along, because a lot of that money that went to individual advocacy within the states and territories got shifted across into the NDIS. So there are a whole lot of people out there and grassroots organisations that are working on an oily rag trying to support people with a disability and culled people with a disability with very, very limited resources. And so if you want to get people to engage and you want to work with people, individual advocacy is one of those ways to do it. You know, an old welfare worker from 100 years ago worked with kids on the street and gangs and all sorts of things. And the best way to change people's lives is to start a relationship and to work with them and to help move them across into another space, not just to give them a pamphlet and a document in their language and send them on their way. Individual advocacy is a process which changes people's lives. And sadly now, because of the models that we have, those things have been diminished. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cranfield. Senator Green, noting that we're short on time. Sorry that haven't left you very much time.
No, but I appreciate the fulsome answers that we've received, and the submissions were very comprehensive. I just had two questions that have been raised in other sessions that we've held. The first one is around the lack of or access to translators. We've had previous evidence from First Nations, particularly deaf First Nations organisations and members around the access to translators. So I wanted to see how that is impacting on people getting the medical documentation that they need, or even just progressing the application process. And then the other question I wanted to touch on, and maybe this is something you could take on notice and provide to the committee because we are short on time. You've mentioned that there's other languages that we need translations for, and based on numbers, the department is focusing on the wrong cohorts. Would you mind providing on notice perhaps a list of those languages or cultures? And I appreciate that there are certain dialects of different languages as well, so that we can understand where that necessity is, so that we can make our recommendations. Thanks.
Anita, we have a data specialist who specialises in demography and cartography with regard to culture and language in Australia and disability. And what I'll do, Senator, is I'll get a list of languages, and I'll even probably do it across LGA for you so that you can have a bit of a look at that. And we'll get that to you at some point soon, for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And just on the access to translators, there's obviously different types of translators in disability, not just language translators, but also particularly for Auslan translators. Sorry, Ms. Diller, I think you had some.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Just yes, with access to interpreters, it can be challenging, particularly in some of the new and emerging communities. The qualified interpreters, it's such a small community that they know each other. So there is an issue around people's comfort to use an interpreter in some of the new and emerging communities. Right. But part of our daily work with the people that we work with and in our place, our team call interpreters multiple times a day for different reasons across our organisation. And access to qualified interpreters, particularly in some of the new and emerging languages, is an issue more broadly, as well as, you know, in this space with medical translation. Financial and legal information is just as technical to translate, and it is something that I think there is improvement needed in accessing and provision of interpreters.
Hi, it's Christine Grace from Kin Disability Advocacy speaking. Our staff work multiple times a day with interpreters. Our highest 4 language groups would be Arabic and Middle Eastern languages, Mandarin, Vietnamese and Burmese languages. There's about 3 or 4 of those. But often the doctors that are required to support the clients to fill in the medical forms, even though they have access to TIS National, there is a significant reluctance to access an interpreter for those client appointments. Translation is a little bit different because we don't have access to free translation, so the clients would need to pay for a formal translation for any documents that they wish to or need to be translated. Siat, do you have anything?
Yes, I just wanted to add, and also including that the translators, the interpreters themselves, they don't have a particular manual, because some of our communities, they don't have even word for disability. It's very difficult for them to understand some of these medical terms that are used in the DSP. and to relay that information to the doctors, and the doctors themselves comprehending that information so that at least they can assess the client is a challenge. So that becomes very difficult.
The other issue that we have is that we do have access to interpreters through TIS National, but we do not have access to Auslan interpreters on an equitable basis. We do pay for Auslan interpreters for our clients when needed, and there have been occasions where we have had NDIS planning meetings with a language interpreter and an Auslan interpreter present. But again, with the disability support pension, it is Centrelink that book the interpreter, and they will only do that when staff really push them to do that. And sometimes they don't even have recorded on the system that the client requires an interpreter.
Thanks very much. I think Mr. Cranfield just wanted to add quickly before we...
Yeah, I'll be very quick.
I'm sure you would like us to have as much time with the department as possible.
I'll be very quick if I can. I just want to come back a couple of steps around the data. When we're talking about cold communities, the numbers are a little bit out of whack because we include Indigenous into culturally and linguistically diverse as well. And so you don't get a full representation of either of those two cohorts because they are separate. With regard to interpreters, NIDA has currently got an ILC grant where we're looking at the training of interpreters around issues with regard to disability and working with people with a disability. And hopefully we'll have some good information out of that we can share with the senators when that program is finished. But it's a shame that in 2020, 21, 22, we have stories, and we hear them in Canberra, where children have to inform their parents of medical issues when they're discussing them with their doctor, because we can't get interpreters for people into those settings. And so you've got children talking to their mothers about breast cancer. And these things happen on a regular basis, and it's obscene that this happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you, for your really powerful evidence today. And yes, clearly from your experience, it's clear that there is a strong reason that change is required. So in terms of the questions on notice that you took, if you were able to get the information to us to the committee secretariat by Monday the 15th of November, that would really help the committee's work. So thank you, and yep, go well, and thank you for all the work that you are doing with the communities that you're working with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Such an honour to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so look, I'm now welcoming representatives from the Department of Social Services and Services Australia. So thank you for appearing before the committee today. And I remind witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and should be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. So before we begin, can I ask those of you who are here to please state your name and the capacity in which you appear for the benefit of the Hansard transcript. So starting off with the department.
Good afternoon, Senator Rice. Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary, Social Security.
Troy Sloan, Group Manager, Pensions, Housing and Homelessness.
Taria Sastmoinen, Acting Group Manager, Disability, Employment and Carers.
Good afternoon, Chair. Andrew Seaback, Branch Manager, Care and Disability Payments.
Thanks very much. And from Services Australia.
Good afternoon, Chair. Brendan Moon, General Manager, Working Age Programs.
And Catherine Stevenson, National Manager, Disability Pension and Parenting Payments.
Thank you very much. Now, do either of you wish to make an opening statement?
Not for DSS, thank you, Chair.
Not for Services Australia either, Chair. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so let's kick off. We've got lots of time with you. So look, I might start, and I'm sure Senator Green and Senator Askew, who are also with us today, have also got some questions. Look, I'm going to start with information about the program of support, where we've had quite a lot of evidence presented to the committee about issues with the program of support. So I just basically want to start with some data that would be good to get. So looking to try and understand how many people who are made to go through a program of support. I mean, actually, I might just start with that as to, can you tell me what proportion of applicants have to go through a program of support?
So Senator Troy Sloan here. It's about 3% of all people claiming DSP.
Okay. So look, if you could take on notice the number of total applications, the number of those applications, and so across, say, the last decade, say from 2011-12, the number of those applications that were granted on max test grounds, the number of those applications that were granted with 20 points or more on a single table, and the number of applications that were rejected.
We can give you some of that, Senator, now if you wish. So when we're looking at total numbers, I've got the last 5-6 years. So in 2021, there was 96,000 claims, 39,000 were granted and 57,000 were rejected. That's for the whole population. Then in 2019-20, you had 102,000 claims, 42,000 granted and 60,000 were rejected. In 2018-19, you had 91,000 claims, 34,000 were granted and 57,000 were rejected. 2017-18, 104,000 were claimed, 31,000 were granted and 73,000 were rejected. 2016-17, there was 97,000 claims, 27,000 were granted and 70,000 were rejected. And 2015-16, we had 106,000 claims with 27,000 granted and 79,000 rejected. And of course, they're round numbers. I'm not.
Okay. So how about the other parts of my question about how many the applications that were granted were people who had 20 points or more on a single table, and then the number of applications that were rejected who had 20 points across multiple tables but not 20 across a single table?
Yeah, can give you the people rejected because of POS. Would have to break down the claims or the successful ones, because you'd have manifest and then obviously those 20 or more. So we'd have to take that one on notice and come back. But for the same years, in 2021, just over 1,006 people were rejected because they didn't meet the POS. In 2019-20, it was 1,288. In 2018-19, it was 1,347. In 2017-18, it was 1,919. In 2016-17, it was 1,706. And I think I gave you the 15-16 years with the other one as well, and that was 2,678.
Okay, and so they were people that
had their DSP claims rejected because they didn't meet the POS.
Right, so that they had to go on the POS and then they didn't meet it.
No, when they had been assessed, and my team will correct me if I'm wrong, the way I understand it, and South Australia might as well, but you can't. Someone comes in, let's say I have 10, 5 and 5 across 3 tables to get to 20. Then Service Australia would then assess, have I done 18 months, that POS requirement, 18 months in the last 3 years on a employment improvement, improving my skills to try and increase my employability. So that it may be that I've turned up and I haven't done any of that, and hence there is no record of the POS happening. So therefore, you are rejected on that basis that you haven't undertaken a POS at that point in time.
Okay. And how about people that had 20 points across multiple tables who were then accepted?
Yep, I've got those numbers as well. So in 1920, there was 1,424 people who met POS and got access to DSP. In 1819, it was 1,226. I have just noticed I haven't got the 2021 number on front of me. We'll try and dig that out. Apologies, Senator. In 2017-18, it was 1,259. In 2016-17, it was 1,135. And in 2015-16, it was 1,194 people who got on after they had met the POS.
Okay. And the other category I'm interested in are people who either go information about whether you've got any data about whether people who are asked to go through a POS and either are accepted, have gone through it, or are rejected because they haven't gone through it. How many of those are carers?
Have to take that. Have to take that on notice, I think, Senator.
Sorry, Senator Rice, you mean, when you say carers, do you mean carers as in people receiving carer payment or carer allowance? Because carers can obviously be a pretty broad term, and I think the only ones that we would have any data on would be, to the extent we had any, those who are receiving a carer payment or carer allowance.
Yep.
Right. I'm thinking also, I am thinking more broadly than that. I'm thinking people who have got children, who are caring for children, who are, trying to do that as well. Would you have any information about that and any breakdown by gender?
We may have, but not to hand. So I think it's best if we take that on notice, Senator, come back to you with that.
Okay. Look, let's pass the call around, I think. So Senator Green, did you want to pick up and go next, and then we'll come back to each of us.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for being available again today after a lengthy estimates hearing the other day. It's good to ask a few questions specific to what's been raised by the witnesses today and throughout a couple of other hearings that we've had. The first question I had was just around what you would have heard me ask the most recent witnesses about access to translators. I understand that Services Australia, there's a process in making sure that someone who needs a translator has a translator available. Perhaps Services Australia can explain how that process works. And I was also interested in whether that is being affected at the moment by a lack of translators around particular types of languages or just in general, given COVID has prevented some travel of people in and out of Australia, but also across borders.
Thank you, Senator. This is slightly outside of my portfolio, but I'll do my best to give you the information that we can, and I might have to take a little bit on notice. So, Senator, we do provide free interpretation and translation services to customer when interacting with us. This is done primarily through our telephony channels, although there is interpreting available in our face-to-face as well. We do this through a number of mechanisms, including recruiting diverse staff with diverse backgrounds, and other arrangements around our multicultural phone service, where we do ask our bilingual staff to answer questions in the relevant language. In terms of availability, we have a fairly strong network of interpreters available in the organisation. As I think a previous witness suggested, most languages are the more common ones. So the Mandarin, Arabic, Vietnamese, that ilk, Cantonese. But in terms of mainstream translation, it's a really strong, mature, well-established service. I understand there are some less common languages that can be somewhat challenging, not unlike any of the witnesses would have said, but certainly our translation services and our services in language are pretty decent.
What about Auslan translators, particularly for First Nations people? We've had some evidence that they've really struggled to be able to communicate with your staff when they go into service centres because of a lack of translators who not only are able to communicate in Auslan but also in First Nation languages.
Thank you, Senator. I recall we did in the last hearing have a brief conversation around this. That can indeed present challenges. I think we've provided a little bit back in some of our questions on notice. Again, not unlike the challenges with mainstream translation of Indigenous languages around the breadth of people who can speak the language itself and then apply it in Auslan. We are aware, as we discussed last time, that at times there can be shortages of those services.
Okay. Some of the other witnesses that we had today raised issues around the intersection of family violence with participating in application processes or reassessment processes, or even, capacity to work under the DSP. If someone is going through an application process but is also managing circumstances relating to family violence, how is that taken into consideration? Because the evidence that we received today is that it's really not being taken into consideration by the department, or there's not additional support available for those people from the department to facilitate the application process.
Certainly, Senator. The agency supports customers experiencing family and domestic violence in a range of ways. For instance, we do have in our general website where there is information about family and domestic violence, a toggle switch to switch back to, I believe it's the weather or some such thing, so it's not obvious of what someone was looking at. Right the way through to extensive training for our staff across the network about how to identify and manage situations where they identify this customer is experiencing family and domestic violence. And if it were about providing access to a claim or payment, we would in most instances probably refer to a social worker who could walk the person through the process. In the context of the DSP, Senator, it may well even be that...
Sorry, you refer them to a social worker outside of Services
Australia? No, Senator, a Social Services Australia social worker.
Okay.
So someone who's skilled in both social work, but equally able to navigate our programs and services and understand not only what Commonwealth and Services Australia services might be available to someone, but also more broadly within the area where someone might be. So they also make referrals more broadly than just in Services Australia. We do understand, Senator, that there are certain requirements in the DSP that can't be relaxed, can only in certain instances be relaxed. So the supply of medical evidence, for instance. So in some instances, it would more be the case in the first instance that someone may be fast-tracked onto like a job seeker payment with a mutual obligation exemption and potentially a crisis payment to support the person in that instance.
Okay. That training you were talking about, is that provided to everyone that works for Services Australia, whether they're permanent staff or under a labour hire contract?
It's mandatory training for our service delivery staff, Senator. And I believe it's, I have to take on notice, but just to be helpful today, I'll confirm on notice, Senator, but I understand it's part of our agency mandatory refresher training for all staff, but I can come back on notice and confirm that for you.
Yeah, if you could, it would be good to understand if it's just APS staff that are receiving that training, or whether everyone who works, contractor, anyone is receiving that training.
Can I add to that the details about the type of training and how often people have to do it as well, please?
Very happy, Senator.
Thank you. The other question I had related to some of the witnesses that were giving evidence about different types of health conditions and the need to be reassessed for DSP, one of the witnesses you may have been watching said that she's been reassessed 3 times. Why does reassessment occur for what is considered a permanent disability under the DSP? And how many times would someone be required to be reassessed for their eligibility?
Senator, we from time to time would do different kinds of reviews for customers. These wouldn't be specifically targeted at DSP and conditions. It may be something like an interview arising from our random sample survey, which is one of our assurance mechanisms we use to make sure that the right money is going out to the right people, or indeed a compliance review. So it might be something like an earned income review. It would only be the case where someone who is not manifest under the DSP rules would be asked anything around their broader eligibility. But where someone isn't
Sorry,
manifest,
what does that mean? I apologise, there is a lot of technical language. What do you mean by isn't manifest?
Just get the details, Senator. This is so I get a little bit lost on this as well. So this is where a customer has a permanent condition such as they're blind, they need nursing home care, terminal illness, intellectual disability of an IQ less than 70, and so on.
Does that include if they're deaf?
I might take that on notice, Senator.
If you could, thank you.
Yeah.
So the people in that cohort would not, if they came up for under your review processes, they wouldn't be reviewed based on those conditions, but other people with other conditions would be reviewed.
They may be, Senator, yes.
Okay.
And in terms of, I think I might just loop back, some of these processes are driven by a random generator. So the random sample survey, as per its name, it would be a random selection of a customer receiving a payment in a period. So it could be that someone is selected from that a couple of times over a few years. Because of the random nature of the selection. Other reviews, such as earned income reviews, would be triggered based on the customer circumstance. So if someone was earning money, or if there was some something indicated in someone's tax return data that suggested they were earning an income, or if their partner were earning income, they could be selected. So that might contribute to someone experiencing a payment review more frequently.
So if they're randomly selected through an automated process, did you say? Sorry, it's just, I mean, obviously there hasn't been a very good track record of random automatic processes.
Sure.
So is there a level of oversight before the review commences?
Certainly, Senator. So I may pass to my DSS colleagues in just a moment, but just for confidence in the random sample survey, the Department of Social Services manages the selection and the statistical management of the RSS. So there is an arm's length from the execution of the review and the selection for the review itself.
But, well, passing over to DSS then, I'm interested, like, does a person look at that list before those people are reviewed?
Senator, can I just maybe go back to what the random sample survey is before we talk the specifics on DSP? Because it's actually something that applies across all payments. And it's really best thought of as just an assurance process that helps ensure that, there's 5 million people receiving payments, that the way in which the law is being administered is correct. So, in other words, taking a random sample across a whole lot of payments, doing interviews with those people and ensuring that the information they provided has led to them getting the correct payment. So it's been something that's been done for a long period as part of the overall sort of framework for assurance. So for DSP, there was, we can get the numbers to you, but my recollection is there's probably only 100 or 200 per year selected for that survey. So given that there's 750,000 people on DSP or thereabouts, it would be very, very rare for somebody to be randomly selected more than once in any 10-year period. I mean, indeed, if you do those numbers, by definition, most people are not going to be randomly selected to be reviewed. And then in relation to the sort of overall management of it, there's a series of sort of framework documents that outline how people get selected, because obviously you want to get things like a geographic and other factors to make sure it's a genuinely unbiased sample of all payments.
Okay. Could you provide those numbers? So how many people are collected from DSP? And could you, I'm also interested in I assume that the review is commenced through a letter or a telephone call. Is it communicated to recipients that the review is being undertaken?
We can come back to you if you like and just outline what that process involves in terms of the communication with the.
Well, if it's a letter, can we get a copy of the template letter, please?
Sure.
I'd like to understand what's communicated to people when that review process commences. I might leave it there, Chair, and if there's more time at the end, I've got.
Thank you. Senator Askew.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for your time today. I've only got one question I just wanted to clarify in regard to some evidence given at the last time. I think you appeared as well. It's to do with when people are notified of the decline. I think at that time we talked about possibilities that they may be receiving phone calls to explain it or get a letter. But some of the evidence that we've received again today, but at both hearings, has been along the lines of they get a letter saying it's declined and there may be just one reason or if a reason at all. And yet when they dig a bit deeper through the appeal process, find that there was several. Is there anyone who can explain the exact process to us?
So Senator Brendan Moon from Services Australia. I might just loop back to the evidence provided last time around just to clarify. The attempt for the outbound phone call is a relatively new feature. So we could take on notice when that started. It might be helpful to actually confirm for you precisely when that got put into the procedure for staff, and we will do so. So, Senator, as it stands today, the process for rejections for a DSP claim is that the person making the assessment will finalise their assessment to the stage that they're sure that the outcome would be a rejection. They formulate how to have the conversation with the customer, so take notes, if you will, around what are the key points to walk someone through. And then they, through our desktop messaging, I'll stop using technical jargon, through our computer system, we'll send an SMS to the customer to say, hi, it's Services Australia. We're about to call you from an unknown number to talk about your DSP claim. The customer service officer will then make an attempt to phone the person. In some instances, we're lucky. I think we're probably sitting around the 40 to 50% success rate, so it's not always successful. And indeed, Senator, if someone misses the call, they wouldn't necessarily know it were us because it is an unknown number. It wouldn't be an identified number. If the call is accepted, the service officer will walk the person through the explanation, and it may be that there was a combination of medical evidence and impairment tables and what have you. It could be other things entirely, so it may be completely non-medical related. It could be income or assets or some of the other eligibility and qualification rules. And then following that conversation, for those that we're able to speak to, we would finalise the processing of the claim. And this is also where there was an unsuccessful call, it would pick up at the same stage. So someone will go in, finalise the process and through our computing system say, finalise out the claim. Our system will then produce the written correspondence, and I think the committee has seen the templates of those. They are lean as it currently stands, and includes the primary rejection reason. That will be either sent out through the post or perhaps through MyGov, depending on the messaging preferences that the customer has set up in their MyGov account. If indeed they went through MyGov, if they went through paper and we don't have electronic contact details, or they haven't selected that as a preference, we'll send it out through the post. As I say, as it stands today, Senator, the key points on that rejection letter will be the outcome, so that the claim has been rejected, the date in which it was rejected, because that's important for reviews and appeals. Apologies for stammering there. And the primary rejection reason. It also includes, Senator, information about how to review or appeal the decision. And yeah, that's in a quick summary, Senator, that's how the process works.
And I would assume then that they've got a contact details that they could call, especially if they've missed that call. So some other feedback we've had from representatives that we've had before us has been along the lines that advocates or legal representatives have difficulties dealing with Centrelink. What are the correct processes for them to be able to have a conversation with Centrelink advisors?
I might take the technical detail on notice, Senator, to get you a comprehensive answer. It effectively comes down to having the correct permissions and perhaps having a nominee arrangement in place. But we'll come back just with, there's a few nuances there I don't want to get wrong, so we might just come back to you with just the comprehensive answer. But there's specific permissions in certain instances we can use, but in many instances we need a nominee arrangement in place.
Okay, that was my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Senator Askew. Look, I want to follow up on that. So could you also take on notice, you said it was a 40 to 50% success rate, and exactly what the success rate is for those calls. So
Yes,
can I just confirm, so there's only one attempt to make a call?
There's a requirement for one attempt, Senator. So the minimum standard is one attempt. Yes.
And then, so if that one call isn't successful, then essentially that they then just get sent out the information either through the post or their other communication mechanisms that are set out, the information you have for them.
Yes, Senator.
And that's what you said, that the information provided in that is fairly lean. Is that the term you used?
Yes, Senator.
Yes. So you could, so if the 60 or so % of people who have missed their call, they get a letter that's not got much information in it, and then they have to ring to get further information. What work are you doing on monitoring people's satisfaction with these communication processes?
Senator, we have a range of feedback mechanisms. I might talk to the high level, but I may also, if you're interested after that, take on notice what the more broad customer satisfaction work is that we do in the agency, because I know that we can provide something fairly crisp and helpful for that. From the program management perspective, we use a range of different inputs to understand what's actually happening in terms of the lived customer experience. We do look at all of the metric information that you would expect in terms of how our online channels are performing, where people drop off through a claiming process and they're confused, how many website hits we get on what pages, in some instances where people navigate to and from in terms of in our website, and some other select others. We look at, we have voice analytics, so we can understand through the phone calls being made what the general customer sentiment is, and if there are particular issues, dive down a bit deeper to understand what's really going on. That allows for things like call listening. So myself and my team, in certain instances where we hear of an issue and our program managers hear of issues that we want to dive into a little bit deeper, we can do call sampling and call listening to understand a bit more. We do run forums, one with the Department of Social Services, the Disability Peaks meeting. We also run our Civil Services Advisory Group meeting in the agency, which is again an interaction with the sector more broadly. And then there's the range of other metrics that of course we use in terms of looking at the reasons for reviews, appeals, explanations of decision, and of course cases that go through to the AAT or the Ombudsman as well.
Okay, so all right, so then you're going to get more detail to be on notice.
Just around how we measure customer satisfaction, Senator.
Yes, and how you're monitoring that as well, and noting the recommendation 1 of the ANAO review, which you have said has been implemented, which was ensuring the capability to monitor the quality and timeliness of the method by which unsuccessful DSP applicants are advised of the decision.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, so if you could take any further detail on that on notice. I now want to go back to the issue of training as well. And so you talked of the training that the Services Australia staff has. Do you believe that that training results in sufficient, trauma-informed assistance and sufficient understanding of family and domestic violence?
Senator, I believe that there's an awful lot of work that has gone into the training, particularly for family and domestic violence across our network, and continues to go on up to and including today. I think this is one of those areas, Senator, where you do need to continue to review and revise your training to ensure that it's both contemporary and results in the best outcomes for Australians. So I certainly don't think it's one of the areas that we would ever look at and say, I think we're done there and move on. It is certainly an area that we continue to revise to make sure that we're doing as much as we can.
So would you agree that you are attempting to provide trauma-informed assistance that acknowledges and recognises and appropriately works with people who have experienced domestic violence?
Insofar as family and domestic violence, yes, Senator. A more trauma-informed service could be taken to mean something more broad, such as that offered in the redress scheme. I think that would be a stretch for me to say today, but certainly for family and domestic violence, we do, to the best of our ability, provide training and resources to staff and continue to work to improve that.
And what evaluation do you take on whether you are in fact providing that?
A colleague of mine is accountable for the FDV strategy, Senator, so I might need to take that on notice, but I know that we will be able to give that to you.
Okay, thank you. Then, so that's the Services Australia staff. What's the situation with the people, the assessors who undertake the job capacity assessments?
This is our government contracted doctors, Senator?
Yes.
The same.
Yeah, the people who are engaged by the DHS, yep, including psychologists, social workers, doctors, who are doing the job capacity assessments.
So the people, our people undertaking the job capacity assessments, it's the same requirement.
Okay. And that's the medical assessments as well. So we've got job capacity assessments and then the DSP medical assessments.
Yes, so for the disability medical assessment, Senator, we have requirements in our contracts with the provider to make sure that their staff are trained and able to offer services to our standards.
So who is the provider?
Sonic Health Plus, Senator.
Right. And so do they, can you talk me through what training that they do? Do they do the same training or different training to the Services Australia staff?
Because it's an outsourced service, because it's a contracted service, Senator, I might take on notice and come back just the nuance in what we require the provider to provide. Because it's a service that we procure, we don't necessarily have visibility of how the training is done, more the requirement for it to be undertaken. But we can take on notice with and have a look at what we can come back with to try and give you a better picture of what that looks like.
Okay, thank you. We've heard evidence today from various ethnic organisations working with culturally and linguistically diverse communities that they feel that the data collection in terms of identifying people who are cold is not accurate. So, I mean, what data does the department collect on culturally and linguistically diverse DSP applicants and recipients?
So, Senator, we collect a core set of information about cultural and linguistic diversity across all of our customers, whether they're current, had submitted a claim or had previously been receiving a service or payment from us. And that would include the ethnicity, language spoken, etc. But I should note, Senator, that requires someone to disclose that information to us. So we do seek to capture that information in our claim forms and other mechanisms, including and other mechanisms. But it does require someone to let us know that for us to be able to record it.
Right. So can you take me through exactly what you do provide? Because what the National Ethnic NEDA said that they felt that the country of birth was the only cold identifier used in DSP data collection.
Just one moment, Senator. I'll just have to run through it. Just find it in my pack. Apologise. Senator, rather than waste the committee's time, if it's okay, I just might take that on notice. I know I have it here. I'm just having trouble finding it in my pack. If I find it before the end of the hearing, I can certainly confirm it for you.
Okay. Another issue that was raised by the culturally and linguistically diverse peak organisations is the issues of people who travel overseas and then have their DSP stopped, or that they have to go through another 10 years of being resident. Can you provide us with some data across recent financial years about the number of the total DSP recipients whose payment was stopped due to being overseas over 28 days, the proportion of those recipients whose DSP was reinstated, the number of DSP recipients whose country of birth is other than Australia and whose payment was stopped to being overseas over 28 days, and the proportion of those recipients whose DSP was reinstated.
Senator, I'm sure that between us and DSS, we can certainly pull that data together.
Right, thank you. I might go back to Senator Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just had one other follow-up question from the evidence this morning. I just wanted to ask about the time that it takes for applications to be processed. I'm sure that that's already been asked through this process, but if we haven't already asked for that data, I'm interested in how long the applications take to not only be processed, but what sort of support is provided to recipients or applicants during the application process. And I'd like to understand if the Department or Service Australia measures the length of time for CALD communities, so as opposed to where English is a first language, whether there's a difference in the application process time for CALD, people who identify as English not being their first language.
Senator, I might just start with the short answer to the question, which is a little bit more complicated as always. Is in 2021, as at the moment, the average number of days to process a DSP claim was 23 days. I should note as well, Senator, that the new DSP claim timeliness key performance measure did come into effect on the 1st of July this year. I should note, though, Senator, that DSP claims are often complex and can sometimes require the assessment of multiple disabilities, as you've heard, medical conditions and functional impairments. We can see delays, again, as I understand that you've heard from other witnesses, delays in the process where we need to go back and forth with the customer in terms of requesting different types of evidence, and again that may or may not be medical related, but often it is with the DSP claims, where we require some additional medical evidence in order to finalise the claim. And additionally, as I say, Senator, there are some instances where that evidence isn't necessarily medical. It might mean that someone has some shares, and we might need to understand the attribution of shares between multiple parties, a trust, or some complex financial affairs that can lead to further assessment or complex assessment of someone's circumstances. We have sought to publish further information on our website of recent years, and we continue to test that with people, for both customers and treating health professionals, to help clarify the requirements for both the eligibility of the DSP and what we require, and we seek to improve that on an ongoing basis.
So in terms of the length of time, the 23 days, that includes every single person from the moment they submit their first application to when they are approved or rejected? Is that?
Yes, Senator. So from 2021 on, so 21-22 onward, sorry, from the 1st of July 2021, that will make it easier to explain. It's everyone. Prior to that, as you would have heard from the AMEO earlier, so in years up until the 2020-2021 financial year, and including, we did exclude claims that were older than 84 days old in the measure, but we no longer do that.
Okay. And just going back to this reassessment process that we were talking about, I'm interested to understand what financial support is provided to recipients that need to have that where a review is sought. Some of the witnesses have raised the issue of, well, not only the cost of getting medical information, but some people would need to get specialist documentation. And in terms of living in a regional area, I understand that sometimes there is no specialist. Those specialist appointments, you need to travel to be able to get to those appointments, and they can take quite some time to get as well. It's not like you can just call up and get an appointment next week. Sometimes it can take, months and months to get a specialist appointment for something. So for those people who are reassessed, is there financial support provided to them to be able to undertake that process?
Not specifically, Senator, but the social security system does offer a range of additional supports for unforeseen expenses such as advance or urgent payments, but they are just features of the broader system.
Yeah.
But no, the short answer, Senator, is not specifically no.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Chair. That's all I've got today. Thanks.
Thank you. I want to go to the implementation of the Auditor General's 2018 performance audit. And thank you for your response to my question on notice about an update of some further information about that. The department has said that the analysis of the claims outcomes and reviews are undertaken as part of a business as usual process. Could you expand on what that means?
Chair Andrew Seaback, we, as a matter of course, receive data regularly on AAT appeals and claim processes. We look at it as a matter of course through our normal business as usual activities, as we do a lot of other data around the disability support pension.
And so how is that documented?
Senator, we receive the data either through our own data area or from Services Australia, and we have that data on file. We review it. There is no formal evaluation type documents, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I suppose it's how it's documented, then what the outcome of that analysis has been and how that information is being used.
Senator, we look at a range of data on a regular basis and analyse it. We don't necessarily produce evaluations or forms or types of documents of that form. We will look for patterns. If we identify patterns, we will raise them through necessary channels, which may be talking to key stakeholders. It may also be going up to government and briefing them on such issues.
So Senator, for example, we saw DSP earnings drop, not unsurprisingly. Those with DSP people with earnings reduced during COVID, which is not unexpected. So we'll watch that and see as we come out of COVID if those the earnings come back up. Those DSPs with earnings come back up. So it's those sorts of things that Mr. Seaback is talking about, that we just keep an eye on. Things that look a little bit, if something looks unusual, out of the normal, that's when we will keep an eye on it, and we'll, might produce a piece of paper for a senior executive to read, or as Mr. Seaback said, eventually, if the issues of that importance, that it will go to the minister.
Could you take on notice then, say, since you said that you had implemented the Auditor General's recommendation, sort of changes that have been made as a result of that analysis of the claims outcomes and reviews, and just some information about how that business as usual processes actually works in terms of how your analysis actually influences an action or has influenced an action. What is the department's KPIs in relation to the DSP claims process?
Yeah, well, as Mr. Moon was saying, coming from the Auditor General's report, we have now got a new, from 1 July 2021, a new KPM, key performance measure, that 80%, so the benchmark is 80% of claims will be finalised within 84 days, and that's, as Mr. Moon said, all claims. The previous benchmark was 70% of claims finalised within 49 days, but with claims past 84 days excluded from that number. So as Mr. Moon said, this is all the claims are coming into this new benchmark, and it's 80% finalised within 84 days. And as Mr. Moon said, the average being, I think it was 23 days since 1 July this year.
And so that's to do with timeliness, which is obviously a critical factor. Is there any other KPIs in terms of other aspects of the claims outcomes and reviews?
We have, I haven't got it on me, but we do have a performance measure. Sorry, I now understand the question. Apologies, Chair. We do have a performance measure about the percentage of people who are in the ABS survey, which the name escapes me now, who are severely severely disabled, I think the words are. That percentage, there's a minimum percentage of people, I think it's 70 or 80% of that number get the DSP.
Senator, while Mr. Sloan was talking, I was just looking up our latest annual report.
That's what it would be.
So the target is 90% of people with a profound or severe disability of working age are supported by the disability support pension. And it has a target of more than 90% or more. And for 2021, the result was 95.5%.
Okay, but I want to go to the KPIs with relationship to the process overall. So again, that's an overarching, figure in terms of the number of people that are on the DSP, but in terms of satisfaction with the claims process, and in particular, any changes to those KPIs, how they've been revised in line with the ANAO recommendations.
So I was going to say, I think the ANAO recommendation was about that KPM that we just talked about, but more broadly, Mr. Moon has talked about if you're going to customer satisfaction and so forth, that Service Australia have a range of ways to measure that, and as I understand, have a number of benchmarks as well, I believe. Mr. Moon, is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. So yes, Senator, the agency does have a range of measures and performance targets for our telephony servicing and other arrangements such as face-to-face. These are rolled out to our portfolio budget statement outcomes and KPIs or key performance indicators that are reflected there, but certainly we can, just for economy of time, we can come back on notice and outline those for you.
Thank you. Thank you. There was recommendation 3 of the ANAO about an evaluation of the DSP assessment process, which I note you told us in the answer to my reply to my question on notice that this report was up on your website on the 22nd of October. A note from having had a quick look at the executive summary, and that's as far as I've got so far, that final evaluation report was completed on the 27th of November. And the ANAO told us that you'd told them that you expected it to be available by July. Why did it take until the 22nd of October to be public?
I'm not quite sure about that, Senator, other than there's been a lot sort of going on, various other policies and things that sometimes can just jockey for space in terms of those things getting finalised.
Okay, this seems to be very tardy. I mean, it's almost a year after the report was completed. The conclusion of this report, paragraph 27 of the executive summary, says that the DSP assessment was appropriate relating to the policy intent. Just reading through the exec summary, and I think that's as far as I've got so far, there's an awful lot of the really good summary of some of the criticisms from stakeholders about how the process is failing people. And, you know, advocate feedback showing that the application process was burdensome to the advocate. Many applicants questioned the appropriateness and reasonableness of the broader DSP assessment system. Administrative burden, barriers to access, all sorts of critiques, and yet the overall summary is that it's appropriate relating to policy intent. I'm just wondering how much more severe the criticism would need to be for a conclusion to be made that it wasn't the case.
Sorry, Senator, was your question? I think it's a hypothetical.
Well, it's just that conclusion does not seem to reflect the criticisms that are outlined in the executive summary. There are lots of criticisms outlined in the executive summary as to how the DSP process was really problematic. Yet the overall conclusion is that everything's fine.
Senator, I think it's important to go to the recommendations of the review, of the evaluation, and it says there are areas for improvement, and certainly on a range of those recommendations, both ourselves, but in particular Services Australia, with a lot of the work that Mr Moon has already talked about in both this hearing and in the previous hearing, are moving towards trying to address those things that have been raised. Now, some of the, obviously stakeholders will have views, and some of those views will be, we can action on. And as I said, Service Australia doing some really good work at trying to make the process as easy as it can be. And I'll let them talk for themselves on that. But certainly there will be other people who, if they are found ineligible, will of course be, and we understand that, be frustrated with the system and may find that they would say to people reviewing or doing the evaluation that the process was burdensome. But there has to be a process to work out eligibility, and so we try to make that as streamlined as we possibly can. But it's still got to be rigorous, and I think that was the point that the evaluation found in its conclusion.
Okay, look, I know we're running out of time, but I just did have one extra question in terms of the analysis that's in that review of cost effectiveness, where cost effectiveness is determined essentially by payments avoided being greater than the cost of avoiding assessment process. Is that, in terms of cost effectiveness, was that the only criteria that was used, the average payments avoided?
For this, I'd have to take, for what do you mean in relation to the evaluation, or more generally, I suppose is the question that I just need some clarification on, Senator.
There was an evaluation done of cost effectiveness, which seems to only go to, it's considered to be cost effective. The summary of key findings relating to the cost effective of the revised DSP assessment process is saying basically that it was cost effective because the average additional cost of assessment per non-manifest claim is $380.44, whereas the average payment avoided is $689.23, and the lifetime return also outweighs the cost. I'm just wondering, is there any other assessment of cost effectiveness, in particular the impact on people's lives who aren't getting the DSP because of those revised processes?
Sorry, I'm with you. So I suppose I would say there needs to be a little bit of context on that. It's costs avoided for people who are ineligible, who shouldn't be, because that's what this process is about ensuring that people, the integrity of the system, and making sure that those who are eligible get on and those who aren't do not. So when we say costs avoided, it's in the context of that we would otherwise be paying people who were not eligible for DSP, and hence that's why. And I think you're right. You are correct that that's the mechanism that this report uses for value for money. Or cost effectiveness, cost effectiveness.
The change in the process basically meant that there were people who previously would have been considered eligible who are now no longer considered eligible.
I think we would say that there was people who were getting the payment who weren't eligible, if you put it the other way.
Okay, well, I might continue some questioning about that at some other stage, because I think there are people that under the previous assessment process were considered eligible who clearly were benefiting from getting the payment, getting the pension, who are now no longer able to get it, and there's massive impacts on their lives because of that.
Senator, no one was with the changes. It wasn't retrospective. No one was removed from the DSP when these new processes were put on. The government or Service Australia didn't go back and remove 10, 15, 20, 30,000 people. So I'm not sure that that's a correct statement.
No, I wasn't meaning to imply that, but people who previously would have been considered eligible are now no longer considered eligible, and that has big impacts on those people's lives, because they are then having to survive on a considerably lower rate of payment on JobSeeker in most instances. And we've heard plenty of evidence about what impacts that is having on people's lives. But look, I'm happy to leave that there.
Senator, if it's helpful, I have been able to track down the culturally and linguistically diverse information that we capture. If you have just a moment. So, Senator, we do capture whether or not someone needs an interpreter. We capture the preferred language spoken, the preferred written language for the customer, their country of birth, the country of citizenship of which the customer holds, the visa type in which they've entered or plan to enter the country, and which countries people have lived in and when they have lived there from.
Okay, and is that data, is there data available across those criteria about, success across have you done any analysis, I suppose, with relation to those criteria about people's access to the DSP?
Not that I recall from the Australia perspective, Senator, but certainly customer demographics is one of the factors that we include in our customer experience analysis and consider for design. And certainly in an aggregate sense, those factors are considered in terms of formulating things like our multicultural servicing strategy and help to inform things like our resourcing for interpreters and these such things.
Okay, look, I might put a question on notice, formulate a question on notice, sort of drawing and asking for some analysis of that data, which I think would be valuable, given the organisations that we have submitted to us seem to feel that the only information that was available was country of birth. Look, thank you very much for your evidence today. If we could have answers to the questions on notice by the close of business on the 15th of November, that would be most appreciated. So that concludes today's hearing. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank everyone who's made submissions to the inquiry and made representatives available today. And I'd also like to thank Broadcasting Hansard and the Secretariat staff for their excellent assistance today. So the committee now stands adjourned.
Thank you.